Hey, everybody. Glad that you are here with me tonight. We are going to have yet another late night conversation. We're starting a little earlier, but we'll keep going. A lot to talk about tonight. I am glad to be here with all of you. Should be fun.
Spoken of the American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
I mean, we know that racism is just a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses.
We need a government of action.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am so glad to be here with all of you tonight. Should be yet another great late night conversation. Now, the way we do things here, for those of you who may be familiar, is that we do the opening remarks, which is me talking about current events, me talking about what I want to talk about for this evening. Then after that, I answer your super chat or Rumble rant questions in the second half of the program. Now, between the first half of the show and the second half of the show, we have the roll call where we find out who is watching, who is on the other side of the camera, names and locations. And that is always a lot of fun, very productive. First, opening remarks. I'm taking note of all the Rumble rants and super chats that come in. Next, roll call. After that, I answer people's questions. So if you've got something for the second half of the show, send me a super chat. Couple announcements. First things first is the Center for Political Innovation is open for business. Join. Time to join the organization. For a while, we weren't able to collect dues and we had an organizational transition. Well, that is long gone, and we have a brand new website. And now is the time, if you were previously a member of CPI, to resume your membership. Go to the website and join. And if you would like to join, we would love to have you. So on Friday, we are going to have an 8-hour Black Friday stream that will be a membership drive. And we will be having people from around the country who are members of CPI, who are joining CPI. Come on. It's going to be great. It's going to be a lot of fun. That'll be all day on Black Friday, the Friday after Thanksgiving, a week from yesterday. It's going to be fun. So we're doing that. So time to join CPI if you haven't joined again, if you were previously a member, or if you would like to join now. We'd always love to have new members. We had a new member who came on today, and it was great. We had our meeting this afternoon. We have a Saturday membership meeting every Saturday. This week we had a good number of people because of the great letter we just did to Trump, which we are encouraging people to share. Links are down below. If you can share our letter to Donald Trump and circulate it, that would be great. It has been very widely shared by a number of very prominent people so far. Kim Iverson shared it. Scott Ritter shared it. George Galloway shared it. Syrian Girl shared it. Candace Taylor shared it. A number of libertarians have shared it. A number of anti-imperialists from around the world have shared it. Ashley Frowley, the writer, she shared it. Combate, which is an anti-imperialist YouTube account or Twitter account that does a lot of videos, they shared it. Our video letter to Donald Trump is getting quite a bit of circulation. We'll show it later tonight, but it won't be the focus. We'll show it, during the Q&A section tonight. But if you can help us share it, that would be great. Also, the morning messages. Every morning on the Center for Political Innovation YouTube channel, we have morning messages. And now the great Dan Niswander has taken over that practice. He is running the morning messages on the CPI YouTube channel every morning. And so every morning we have one. There was one this morning with Ishmael and Dan out in Los Angeles, the LA chapter of CPI, and them doing what they're doing. And it was great. And Dan is a great, very committed anti-imperialist and alternative media activist out in LA. And he's taken over managing the morning messages to make sure we have one every morning as a way to keep members engaged, as a way we can support each other, start your day with revolutionary hope and optimism. So go and subscribe to the CPI YouTube channel so that you get updated every morning about the morning messages that happen. Now, also, we do encourage our members to make morning messages. So if you have something you'd like to share with the CPI community, with other CPI members, thoughts, read a poem, tell a story, sing a song, just give us your thoughts, whatever you want to do, you can submit morning messages. It's a great way to start your day. How you start your day is really, really important. I try to wake up every morning with classical music, and it's really important the way you start your day. It sets the tone for the whole day. So that's why we want to have a morning message every morning so that people can start their day with revolutionary hope and optimism. We're trying to get that more regular now. We've got Dan as the manager of that. So thank you for taking on that important task, Dan. And go and subscribe to the CPI YouTube channel. Go and submit a morning message if you feel so inspired. It's a really great thing to do. So on that note, the way this works, I give my opening remarks, which is about what I'm going to talk about for tonight. Then from there, we do the roll call. Then I answer your questions for the remainder of the night. So if you've got something you want me to talk about in the second half of the show, send a super chat on YouTube or send a Rumble rant on the Rumble. I will do my best to give you an answer. That's the way it works. Friends, the situation regarding Russia and Ukraine is more serious than it has ever been. The Biden administration was widely reported to have authorized long-range strikes into Russia. And that was widely circulated, and Russia responded saying, if you do that, we have the right to retaliate with nuclear weapons. And suddenly, a lot of the articles claiming that the Biden administration had made that authorization were retracted. But now, we have the French government announcing that they have authorized long-range strikes into Russia. And Russia has said, if you do that, we have the right to respond. We will retaliate under such circumstances. Why? Why are they playing with fire here? Why is it that we have first the Biden administration, and then they tried to walk it back, and now the Macron administration in France? Why is it that they are escalating things in Ukraine so desperately? Well, the immediate reason is obviously that Donald Trump won the election. And Donald Trump won the election on a platform of ending the war in Ukraine. But it's deeper than that. It is much deeper than that. Far, far deeper than that. And that's what we're going to get into tonight, which is that the world we live under is dominated by a system called imperialism. And imperialism is the rule of the world by big banks and monopolies, trusts, cartels, and syndicates, huge centers of economic power based in the United States and France and Germany and Britain. These entities dominate the world. And this setup is called imperialism. And the essence of imperialism is holding back economic development. When the British imperialists went to India, they burned all the looms, forced them to import their cloth from Britain, even though the people of India had been weaving for thousands of years. When NAFTA sunk its fangs into Mexico, they forced the domestic farming sector of Mexico to go under. And now Mexico's food sector, its agricultural sector, is under the domination of American agribusiness. When Mexicans go and buy food, they buy them from American corporations. Nigeria is the top oil-producing country in Africa. However, hold on. It's the top oil-producing country in Africa, but it's got a low life expectancy. It's got a high rate of illiteracy. It's got a very high infant mortality rate because that huge amount of natural wealth in Nigeria, oil, which is the most valuable commodity in our global fossil fuel-based economy, is not under the control of the Nigerian people. It's under the control of ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron. And the profit from Nigeria's oil is going to the Wall Street monopolies and the London Stock Exchange, HSBC Bank, which is BP, the ExxonMobil Corporation, which is Chase Bank. They are the ones getting rich off of Nigeria's natural wealth. There's many examples of this around the world. Imperialism. I talk about how China, for many years, was under the domination of France. France seized sections of China called the French Concession of Shanghai. A big piece of China belonged to France. The British Empire seized Hong Kong and then forced China to accept the importation of narcotics and not have tariffs to protect their economy. They waged 2 opium wars to force China to open its economy to the domination of British banks and drug corporations, drug cartels. But China broke free, and China ripped itself free from imperialism and began a course of independent development. And that's why the imperialists hate China. Russia broke out of the domination of American and British corporations. It asserted its own control over its own resources, and it built itself up. And that's why the imperialists hated it. And they destroyed the Soviet Union. And during the fall of the Soviet Union, when Russia was falling apart, they loved Boris Yeltsin. But then when Putin got in there and reasserted the control over oil and gas and put the Russian economy back under the control of the people of Russia and revolutionary government of Russia, at that point, what happened? Well, now we hate Russia again. They loved Russia in the 90s when it was down for the count, when it was being looted by American corporations. But when Russia reasserted its independence, then the Western countries hated Russia. And that imperialism is about impoverishing countries. And French imperialism, which began as French colonialism, the seizure of territory, is particularly brutal. One example is Haiti. Now, the island, that half of it is Haiti, half of it is the Dominican Republic. The Haitian people, they won their freedom. They had a slave revolt around the time of the American Revolution. They had a slave uprising. And it was successful. And the slaves of Haiti, the African people who'd been brought there to work on plantations as slaves, seized control of the island. And the French imperialists have never forgiven them for that. And up into the 1950s, the island of Haiti was forced to pay reparations to France for winning its freedom. I don't know if you know that, but up into the 1950s, the government of Haiti would pay huge reparations to the French government for stealing their slaves. And that the people of Haiti have been subjected to all kinds of brutal attacks and impoverishment because they asserted their independence and they liberated themselves from the chains of French colonialism. And as France emerged to become an imperialist country in the 1800s, seizing big chunks of Africa, it was pretty extreme. Syria was under French domination, and parts of the Middle East were under French domination. And the crimes of French imperialism around the world are very, very real. And there are French imperialist monopolies that make huge amounts of profits. And there are big chunks of Africa under French dominion that have been kept impoverished. And there are big chunks of other parts of the world that have been impoverished by French imperialism. And that France is an imperialist country. We often will hear people say that France is a socialist country. Well, no, France is an imperialist country. It's run by big corporations and banks, just like the United States. Those big corporations and banks spread their tentacles all over the world and extract super profits, but they have more of a welfare state. And the French government and the French society very much has a left character to it, right? That the country was founded with the French Revolution that brought down the absolute monarchy, the guillotine, their national anthem. There's a feeling that to be left, or to be a revolutionary or a philosopher or a free thinker or a rebel, that's part of the French identity. And the French people are much more left, you could say, in their culture, right? They identify much more with red flags and guillotines and revolutionary rhetoric and leftist philosophy and, existentialism and all this stuff. But France is an imperialist country, and it has been, and it was a colonizer, and it emerged to become an imperialist power dominating the world. But, and this is where it gets interesting, there has long been a rivalry between the French imperialists, as well as the German imperialists, the Belgian imperialists, the Luxembourg imperialists, the Austrian imperialists, and the British and American imperialists. In fact, the British and the American imperialists are really the ones who run the world. It is Wall Street and London that run the world, and the imperialists of the European mainland, the French, the Germans, the Belgians, the Austrians, they have always gotten the short end of the stick. And that there are major disagreements and rivalries between the imperialist powers as they dominate the world. And that the main contradiction between the imperialists and countries that exist played out in both World War I and World War II. And it was the European mainland versus the Americans and the British. Now, the Americans and the British tend to dominate the ocean, and they are ocean-based economies, ocean control of the trade routes, and that France, Germany, etc., these are countries that are more landlocked, and that even though they are part of this Western imperialist system, they have a little bit of a different orientation. And one of the main differences between the British and American imperialists and the French and German imperialists, one of the main differences is oil, and I'll get to that in a second. But what was World War I? Well, World War I, you had the British imperialists and the American imperialists trying to dominate the world, and you also had the French imperialists and the German imperialists and others, and the French aligned with the British and the Americans, but they were on the European mainland. And you had the German imperialists, the Austrian imperialists, and they wanted a chunk of the world for themselves. And so there was a fight between two major imperialist powers. And the Germans were the up-and-coming imperialists. They did not establish themselves as a country until very late in the game. And the German imperialists were very much a section of the imperialist countries that was much weaker. And German imperialism was a much weaker imperial power, and it was trying to assert itself. And in the lead up to World War I, the Germans did all kinds of things that had never been done before. They created a national healthcare service. They had military training for children. They had a public education system. They had kindergarten where they had military training for kids. And that the Germans, we have this stereotype of Germans as being a very military people. That's because they were up and coming imperialists. And social democracy, reformist socialism, was a big part of what made Germany, as it was trying to assert itself as an up-and-coming imperialist power. It's what made it effective, right? It was the socialists who went out and demanded things like healthcare, and so they created a national healthcare service that made Germany much more stable. The socialists went out and demanded things like kindergarten, so they implemented it, and the kids all learned to march in straight lines in school, and so it was, and that German imperialism, as it was up and coming, it had the biggest Marxist or leftist socialist party in the world. The German Social Democratic Party, the SPD, was the biggest political party in Germany. And this was a party that, Friedrich Engels and Marx's close collaborators like Kautsky and Bernstein and others had helped establish. And as Germany was becoming an imperialist power, an imperialist country, at the same time, it was more social democratic, you could say. It was more socialistic in its policies, right? That it was very much the military and the state that was running things, not private corporations. And social democracy was a big part of what made German imperialism stronger as it was rising. World War I broke out, and the German imperialists went at it with the British and the American imperialists and their allies, the French. And the Germans lost. And after World War I, they gave up a huge amount of their territory. They were forced to pay all kinds of reparations. And then there was the possibility of a communist revolution happening in Germany, because a lot of the Germans who lost World War I were very much suffering and angry, and the British very much didn't want Germany to have a communist revolution because it was right next to Russia, and if Russia and Germany teamed up, the British and the Americans would lose their ability to dominate the European mainland. And so the British began funding and backing anti-communist political movements in Germany. And one of those movements was the Nazi Party. And the Nazi Party started out as an anti-communist street fighting organization. And eventually they made a deal with a lot of the German industrialists and bankers, including a banker named Hallemer-Schacht. And Hallemer-Schacht arranged for the Nazis to establish an authoritarian military dictatorship and reassert German imperialism. And they went back to trying to seize their territory. And they started seizing parts of Eastern Europe and parts of Africa. And so World War II broke out, and the British and the American imperialists teamed up with the Soviet Union to beat down the Germans once again. And that the struggle between the European mainland and the British and the American Atlanticist powers, the sea-based globalist empire of Britain and America versus the land-based but also imperialistic powers of the European mainland, that's the main contradiction within the imperialist camp. And when things are good in the 1990s, when the economy of the Western world was booming, during those years, everyone got along. But when the economy gets bad, like during the 1930s, like during the lead up to World War I, when there's economic crises, suddenly these countries start fighting with each other. And now we're in a period where there is a contradiction between the imperialists. And there's also a contradiction within the imperialist countries. And I'll get to that in a second. But the French and the German imperialists don't have anywhere near the power that the British and the American imperialists have. And there are key differences between them and key economic rivalries. And one of the key differences between the European mainland and Britain and America is oil. Britain and America dominate the world's oil supply. Right? Oil is under the control of ExxonMobil, BP, Chevron, and Shell Oil. Right? Those four super major oil companies dominate the global oil markets. And if you want to be on the global oil markets to some degree or other, you got to have something to do with those four corporations. They have the power. There is a smaller oil company in France, but it's nowhere near as powerful as the four super majors. And that the French don't particularly like the fact that the oil markets are dominated by the American imperialists. And that's why France has historically been a big supporter of nuclear power. And the French nuclear power program was actually started by a communist, a scientist who was a member of the Communist Party. And it's the French government, after World War II, started setting up nuclear power. And actually, France has all kinds of nuclear power plants. It has so much nuclear power, it actually exports its nuclear power. And the French love nuclear power. The Americans and the British do not love nuclear power because nuclear power means you're not using oil for your energy, and it threatens to put the big monopolies out of business. And especially if nuclear energy could lead to cold fusion, which is the higher stage, which is what China is working on, that would be the end of the rule of the world by the big banks. Wall Street and London would lose. They would no longer run the world because the way they dominate the world is with oil. I mean, these are oil banks that dominate the world. And the French love nuclear power. And the French love nuclear power so much that not only do they have it, but they have kind of entered, there's a rivalry between them and the American imperialists about it. For example, one of the main ways that the British and American imperialists have tried to oppose nuclear power is by funding environmentalist activist organizations. Greenpeace is an environmental activist organization. It's paid for by big oil companies, big foundations. It's wealthy American oil monopolies fund this environmental group that goes around, and it wants to have tighter restrictions on the extraction of natural resources. That way, big oil can write those restrictions and their competitors can't get in there. And they can use that to crush the fracking corporations. They can use that to crush the smaller energy companies. And on top of that, they absolutely want to get rid of nuclear power. The French strongly believe in nuclear power. And so the French government and Greenpeace have fought with each other. And I believe that there have been deaths. I mean, there have been, armed confrontations between the French government and various environmental activist groups. Another thing is that because France believes in nuclear power, France, not only do they believe in nuclear power, but the French have helped countries around the world to develop nuclear power. And during the 1980s, when Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, was kind of a center of anti-imperialism coming out of Khomeini's revolution, Iraq was aligned with the French and the American imperialists to fight against Iran. And so Iran was, being invaded by Iraq. And France started working with Saddam Hussein's government in Iraq to develop nuclear power. And France deployed a number of scientists to help Iraq develop a nuclear power plant, which they had the right to do. They had signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and so they were allowed to have peaceful nuclear energy. And Israel obviously didn't like Saddam Hussein and didn't like the Iraqi government. So Israel in 1981 bombed Iraq and murdered a number of Iraqis, but also a French scientist who was in Iraq working on their peaceful nuclear energy program was murdered by the Israeli government. And the Israeli government did this with the full approval and support of the United States. And even though the USA was backing Iraq against Iran at the time, Israel said, we do not want Iraq to have a peaceful nuclear power plant because they might eventually be able to turn it into a nuclear bomb. And so the American government and the Israeli government gave the green light to Israel to go ahead and bomb Iraq and kill a French citizen, in addition to a number of Iraqi citizens, and destroy their peaceful nuclear energy program. Now that's serious, right? When, Israel, working in collaboration with the United States, is killing a French citizen. I mean, these are things. When the Greenpeace organization and the French government go head to head, these are differences. And there are differences among the imperialists. And that doesn't make everyone who's anti-imperialist, that doesn't make everyone who goes against one particular imperialist power necessarily anti-imperialist. But the French have always been weaker in comparison to the US and the British imperialists. And on top of that, the left, right? The French Revolution, the guillotine, dun 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 dun. It's part of their culture. And so the French have kind of played the role of trying to position themselves as the more left-wing or the more socialistic imperialists. And that this has been something they've done for quite some time. And one example of this is that the French Communist Party was the leader of what you might call Euro-communism. So after World War II, because the French communists had led the fight against the Nazi invaders, they were a very popular political party. They had millions of members. Many people in France were against the Nazis who were occupying their country. And the communists were really good at running this underground network that bombed and killed Nazis and was fighting against the Nazis. So after World War II, the French Communist Party exploded in membership. It was a very big political party. And a lot of university professors, most of the labor union leadership in France were in the Communist Party. The Communist Party had a number of seats in the parliament. So the U.S. government cooperated with the mafia to make sure that the French communists never had the ability to shut down the docks. And you can read the history of that. They made sure that the dock workers in France, the Communist Party didn't control the labor unions among the dock workers, and the U.S. government worked with the mafia to make sure that that the docks were always controlled by anti-communist labor unions, so the communists couldn't shut down the ports of France and wreck the world economy that way. But starting in the 1970s, the British government and the American government began funding French communists and nudging them to be anti-Soviet, right? And there was a magazine started called the Paris Review. And the Paris Review looked like a socialist or communist magazine, but it was actually paid for by the CIA as part of their Congress for Cultural Freedom program. And it was just this socialist communist magazine that was distributed all over France in French. And it was the Paris Review that made James Baldwin a very famous writer, because he was an African American who talked about racism in America, but he was anti-communist. And Jean-Paul Sartre, who was a French philosophy professor, he had been a leader of the Communist Party, but he'd quit in 1956 over the invasion of Hungary and over the Khrushchev revelations. Jean-Paul Sartre, he was this French existential philosopher. He started getting subsidized by American imperialism and by French imperialism, and he called himself a socialist and a communist and existentialist. He was a Maoist for a while, but he was very much an agent of American and French imperialism, and he was an anti-communist, and the U.S. government was boosting him. And this all led to, in 1978, the French Communist Party, which was a major political party in France, denounced the Soviet Union. And along with the Italian Communist Party, and along with the Italian Communist Party and the Spanish Communist Party, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they denounced the Soviet Union. They became the Euro-communists. And they said that, Soviet Union, Marxism, Leninism is part of our heritage, but the Soviet Union's no good. And, and they basically became allies of American and British and French imperialism against the Soviet Union. And that the French Communist Party that became pro-imperialist, that, was basically anti-communist and anti-Soviet and aligned with the United States against the Soviet Union, was a big part of the French government and a big part of the French intelligence services, consider themselves to be communists, believe in Marxism. They read Jean-Paul Sartre. They read French existentialism and Althusser and all that kind of stuff. And they think they're communists and socialists and radicals, but they're on the side of French imperialism. And that this is a big aspect of France, is that there's a big part of the French imperialist apparatus that, because of France's legacy of guillotines and red flags and all of that, and because it's an intellectual culture where they believe in philosophy and they think they're all so smart, because of that, there is a layer of the French deep state that considers itself to be communist, but is aligned with French imperialism. That's very important, right? It's important to understand that, because there's a lot of confusion about this, and this is where things get weird. And that the French imperialists, they are just as much imperialists, and the French Communist Party that has a daily newspaper called L'Humanité, the French Communist Party is part of French imperialism. Okay? The French Communist Party supported the bombing of Libya and the killing of Gaddafi. The French Communist Party, they supported France sending its military to Mali and occupying Mali and bombing and destroying Mali. The French Communist Party is a big supporter, and they vote in the French parliament to send weapons to Ukraine, right? The French Communist Party is part of French imperialism. They are not on the side of the people of the world resisting imperialism. They are part of imperialism, but they have differences with the American imperialists. And the reason that this is important to talk about, right now, France is threatening nuclear war with Russia. They're threatening, they gave the green light to Ukraine to do something that, if they do it, Russia says they have the right to respond with nuclear force. And this is a very serious situation. And actually, the German Chancellor, Scholz, is the one saying we need to de-escalate this. But Macron is going all in on this. And what's going on here? Why is this happening? Well, I want you to understand that the French government, that has a communist wing of its intelligence agencies, a communist wing of its propaganda promoting war, a communist wing of its whatever, right? The French intelligence agencies, after the Soviet Union fell, they began recruiting many communists around the world. And this is fascinating, but it's a really important thing to look into. So at the time that communism was on the rise. France was somewhat at odds with the United States. France opposed the United States in Vietnam and hosted negotiations between the United States and the Vietnamese, the Paris peace talks. And France was, at that point, trying to position itself as more friendly to the Soviet Union, less in favor of imperialism, etc. And there were a number of 1960s radicals who fled to France. One of them was Eldridge Cleaver, the Black Panther. Eldridge Cleaver was a leader of the Black Panthers in the United States, and he embraced left adventurous terrorism, whereas the regular Black Panthers were doing free breakfast programs led by Huey Newton. The other, the Eldridge Cleaver wing of the Black Panthers, they began engaging in left adventurous violence. And Eldridge Cleaver, he first fled to Cuba, then to Algeria, then to North Korea. And eventually, Eldridge Cleaver lived in France. And the French did not extradite him back to the United States. And they let him live in France for a number of years with his wife and kids. And Eldridge Cleaver was this American Black Panther communist who lived in Paris, and he lived in France. And he wasn't the only one. 1973, when the Chilean government was overthrown by the United States and Pinochet became the dictator of Chile, the government of Chile, under the leadership of Salvador Allende, they were friendly to the Soviet Union, but they also had a relationship with France. And they had been experimenting with computer programs. There was a whole thing with computer programs to manage the economy, and there was some weird stuff going on there. And so a number of the Chilean communists who fled Chile didn't go to the Soviet Union, didn't go to Cuba, they went to France. And there's a whole lot of Chilean communists who moved to France. And that all over Africa, there were many people who spoke the French language because of the legacy of colonialism, that were involved in armed conflicts, and they were communists, and they would lose. And even though they were anti-imperialists and communists, France would take them in. And France developed a whole apparatus for taking in communists from around the Western world, bringing them to France and turning them into assets of French intelligence. And as the Soviet Union was falling, right, and the Soviet Union had been the main country that was aligned with communists around the world, you had China and others, but as the Soviet Union was falling, French intelligence began inserting itself into the various communist and leftist groups around the world, because the French government was already funding communism, because there's a big French Communist Party that has a daily newspaper that is already part of the French government and has all these seats in parliament, because France has this aesthetic of we're a revolutionary country, this colonial power, this colonizer country that is very brutal, has done horrendous things in Africa and other places. It started very carefully asserting itself into American politics. And this is something that's not obvious on the surface, but it wasn't obvious at the time. They did a very good job of covering this up. It was not obvious, but now it's a big problem. And the reason that the left, the communist groups in the West, are no longer anti-imperialist has a lot to do with the fact that French intelligence began taking over and nudging and controlling these groups during the 1980s and especially during the 1990s. Many examples we can give, but here's a great example. Earth Day. You know Earth Day, right? In 1970, right? Lenin was born in 1870. So 100 years after Lenin's birth in 1970, all over the world, they were having celebrations of Lenin's birthday in China and the Soviet Union, all over Africa, all over Cuba and Latin America. And in the United States, there was a big political upsurge at the time. There was all kinds of young people that were protesting the Vietnam War, black people that were against the American government. And the American government did not want the radicalism of young people and of the black community to become communist. They didn't want it to become communist controlled. So they invented a leftist holiday. It was a Republican president, Richard Nixon, and a Republican Congress, and they passed and they invented a leftist holiday on the 100th anniversary of Lenin's birth to distract from it. And that is called Earth Day. And Earth Day is on Lenin's birthday, and the first Earth Day was the 100th anniversary of Lenin's birth to distract from it. And so all the leftists in America, instead of marching around to celebrate Lenin's birthday, instead of doing that, what they did was they all marched for Earth Day. And the government, the American government, staged Earth Day rallies all across the United States to distract from Lenin's birthday. And the biggest, I think, by far, the biggest Earth Day celebration was in Philadelphia. And it was in Philadelphia, and it was hundreds of thousands of people and members of Congress, and it was all about the Clean Air Act and environmentalism. It was this huge hippie rally in Philadelphia. And the organizer of that rally was Ira Einhorn. And Ira Einhorn, he was a Jewish guy from Philadelphia. His last name means one horn, Einhorn in German, one horn, right? And his name was Ira Einhorn. And so he was a hippie. He had long hair and a beard. And so he started calling himself Unicorn. He was Brother Unicorn. I'm Brother Unicorn, man. I'm Brother Unicorn. And he was actually Ira Einhorn, but his hippie name was Brother Unicorn. And Brother Unicorn, he was the guy who stage managed the rallies that happened in Philadelphia for Earth Day. And he is considered to be the guy who invented Earth Day. If you look him up, right? He was quoted many times as the founder of Earth Day, the inventor of Earth Day. He wrote articles for the Village Voice, which is the kind of left-wing hippie newspaper. He was just this hippie in the United States. Well, and he led a group of hippies, and he was a leader of Earth Day celebrations, and he was just this big environmental activist who helped arrange the Earth Day thing, and he was just this hippie in New York City and in Philadelphia, and he was just this hippie in the United States in the 70s. Well, what happened? Well, Ira Einhorn, his girlfriend, who he lived with, she disappeared. And no one knew where she went. And finally, the police got a search warrant. They raided his home, and they found her in the closet. And he had mummified her body in the closet. He'd killed his girlfriend. He murdered his girlfriend. So he was arrested for having murdered his girlfriend. And because he was so well connected, members of city council, members of Congress, and all of that spoke up, and they said, you have to grant him bail. And so even though he was facing the death penalty in the state of Pennsylvania for killing his girlfriend, he was granted bail. And it was actually the wealthy family, I think it's Seagram's, which is the family that owns like alcoholic beverages, Seagram's, if I'm not mistaken. It was a very wealthy family that paid his bail. And so he got bail, and then he disappeared. He fled the country. Where did he go? France. And actually, he lived in France under a fake name for decades. And he wasn't extradited back to the United States for many years. And he lived in France, and he was smuggled to France, and he had a job living in the French countryside, writing for French newspapers, and he was just living in France for years. It's one of the most bizarre things, and he was living in France. Now, how was he able? Why did this wealthy family pay Brofman family? I'm sorry, not Seagram's, Brofman. And why did they pay his bail? And why was he able to smuggle to another country? And they got all his papers in order and his visa, and he was able to live in France for many years. Obviously, he had some kind of relationship with French intelligence. And then when he was discovered living in France, the USA wanted to extradite him, and the French government fought against extraditing him like crazy. Now, why would they do that, right? I mean, if you murder somebody and you flee to France, France usually goes, send them back. It's pretty straightforward. But the French government fought like hell to prevent Ira Einhorn from being extradited to the United States. It took years. And the French government forced the state of Pennsylvania to pass a special law just for Ira Einhorn that says, if you're accused of murder and you flee the United States to France, you cannot face the death penalty when you come back. So they passed a special law that Ira Einhorn wouldn't face the death penalty if he came back to the United States. And so based on that, the French government, which opposes the death penalty, they let him come back. All right. And he died in prison during the COVID crisis. And what's weird is during his trial, Ira Einhorn read all kinds of things into the record about the CIA. And about CIA mind control experiments and all kinds of stuff. And he claimed he was innocent. The CIA had framed him. I don't buy it. But he apparently had a huge amount of knowledge of American intelligence activities. And he read into the record at his trial all kinds of stuff about the American CIA and mind control and all kinds of crazy things about MK Ultra and all kinds of stuff. And that the French intelligence had recruited Ira Einhorn. He was a leftist, a socialist, or whatever, a hippie or whatever, and they recruited him. Now, what's also very interesting is that the French government opposes the death penalty. They think that the death penalty is not good, and they oppose it. And almost every other Western country has abolished the death penalty. The United States has the death penalty, and aside from the United States, that's about it. I can't think of any other Western country that has the death penalty, right? Western industrialized country that has the death penalty. It's pretty common across the developing world, but not universal. Most of South America does not have the death penalty, but the United States has the death penalty, and the French don't approve. The French, they have this whole history with the guillotine and all of that, and so the French very much don't approve of the death penalty. And the French have this rivalry with the British and the American imperialists. And one thing that started happening during the late 80s and in the 90s, the French started funding anti-death penalty activism in the United States. And Mumia Abu-Jamal is, an African-American man, former Black Panther, lived in Philadelphia, and he was charged falsely with murdering a police officer. It's a very famous case. And it's very clear that the French government went all in to support Mumia. And they named streets after Mumia Abu-Jamal in Paris. A number of cities in France declared Mumia Abu-Jamal to be a citizen, right? In Paris, he was declared to be a Parisian citizen. And the French government supports Mumia Abu-Jamal. And a lot of communist groups, and I know this directly from having talked to them, went to France to fundraise like crazy to protest for Mumia Abu-Jamal. I used to work with the International Action Center, and I was told how they got on planes in the 90s and they went to France and they went up and down every little village, and they went to every communist club meeting and every leftist group, and they begged for money, and they raised a huge amount of money from France to protest for Mumia Abu-Jamal. And that was because the French imperialist state, in a rivalry with the American imperialist state, opposed the death penalty. And so the French government supported Mumia Abu-Jamal. Another thing is that when George W. Bush invaded Iraq, the French government and their current president at the time, Jacques Chirac, they were the main opponents of the USA invading Iraq. And so the French government became big supporters of anti-war activism in Britain, and also in the United States, and that the French were supporting that, and there was a rivalry. There was a playwright named Harold Pinter, and Harold Pinter, he was this famous British playwright who wrote plays, and they gave him like a lifetime achievement award. And Harold Pinter, he started going around talking about how George W. Bush was a fascist and a Nazi and all of that. And I mean, the French were correct to support Mumia, and the French were correct to support opposing the war in Iraq. But this was based on inner-imperialist differences. There were rivalries among the imperialists, and because the French were at odds with the American imperialists, they supported Mumia Abu-Jamal and the Black Panther and the Black Liberation Movement and Mumia in the United States. They opposed the invasion of Iraq. Again, good things, but this is an inter-imperialist rivalry. And they supported it for their own reasons. Michael Moore, you'll remember, the filmmaker Michael Moore. He made the very famous film Fahrenheit 9/11 in 2004. That was like an attack on the Bush administration. Well, the film won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival in France, and they gave Michael Moore a standing ovation that went on for hours and hours and hours. And it was very clear that the French were putting all their money and all their support behind Michael Moore. They supported the Mumia movement and all of that. And actually, one of the main communist groups that was active in the 80s and 90s, now they're pretty small and irrelevant, we're going to talk about them, was the Revolutionary Communist Party, the RCP. And in this book, I document that the RCP, during the 80s and 90s, was an asset of French intelligence, very obviously. Bob Avakian, their leader, he directed them from Paris, right? He was in exile in Paris, and he directed them. And almost all they did was focus on the Mumia Abu-Jamal case. And then later, In 2004, Bob returned to the United States, and the group focused on trying to impeach George W. Bush, right? They said George W. Bush was a fascist, and they began working to impeach Bush, and that Bob Avakian, is an asset of French intelligence, very clearly. And I mean, the more you look into it, the fact that he was directing the group, the fact that they were promoting Harold Pinter like crazy. They just did some big centerfolds in their newspaper about Harold Pinter. The fact they went hysterical against Bush, and and all of that. The RCP became a vehicle of French intelligence in the United States. And they were basically pushing the agenda of the French imperialists, and they cut off all the communist countries, no ties to China, no ties to the Soviet Union or People's Korea or any of that. And that, that they took the position when the tensions in the Middle East got going. I remember in 2006, right? When Hamas and Hezbollah were fighting against Israel, instead of supporting the anti-imperialist forces, they took the position, well, we need another way. That there are two outmoded systems, Islamo-fascism and Christian fascism. And also atheism is very popular in France, right? France is very atheistic as a country. And the RCP during these years became obsessively atheistic, right? They just went all in. God is the original fascist. They were big supporters of Richard Dawkins, and they promoted the new atheist movement like crazy. Well, what was going on? Well, we all know what happened, right? Bush hated France, and there was freedom fries. I saw someone in the chat was talking about freedom fries. They changed the name of French fries in the cafeteria in the U.S. Congress to freedom fries because it was not French, right? And so we had freedom fries. And during the U.S. invasion of Iraq, there was a whole hate France campaign that went on. France was considered anti-American, socialist, or whatever. It was just a rival imperialist country. But what happened in 2008 is Barack Obama ran for president of the United States. And during the middle of Barack Obama's campaign, and he's running for president of the United States, you'd think he'd be focused on campaigning in the United States. But during the middle of Barack Obama's campaign, he got on a plane, and where did he go? Berlin. And Barack Obama, one of the defining moments of his 2008 campaign was going over the ocean to a country called Germany, where the people there cannot vote, and telling them all about how America and Europe were going to get along again. They were going to become good friends again, and healing the divide between America and France and Germany and the NATO countries. Obama was an Atlanticist president. George W. Bush alienated the NATO countries with his invasion of Iraq, and the Obama presidency was about recruiting the NATO countries back into the imperialist camp. That's what it was about. And the fact that Barack Obama felt it was important enough to put his campaigning in the United States on hold, get on a plane and go to another country where people couldn't vote to just tell them basically that his campaign was all about restoring the relationship with Europe, that tells you everything. And after Barack Obama was elected, you'll notice that suddenly France was on the imperialist side, right? It was on the same side as the American government in Libya, right? The French government, including the French Communist Party, supported the bombing of Libya, the murder of Gaddafi. The French government was very opposed to Syrian President Bashar Assad. They were key in the efforts to foment the Syrian civil war and try to bring down the Syrian government. France, they facilitated the Iran nuclear deal that the Obama administration did. And that ever since Barack Obama was elected, France, whatever rivalry was there, where France was funding anti-government activism in America, that's over, right? Because the Democrats are in love with French imperialism. They love the NATO alliance. Whereas it is the U.S., the lower levels of capital in the United States that tend to be Republican, they don't care about the NATO alliance, and they are more concerned about the U.S. economy. And that's why the French hate Trump, because Trump, you'll remember, he doesn't think that prolonging this war against Russia is necessary. He said that he was going to stop subsidizing the military of the NATO countries and make them pay their fair share. John Bolton actually said that if Trump is ever elected president again, which he is, the NATO alliance will crumble. That's what John Bolton said. And the French hate Donald Trump because they need the NATO alliance, because they're not strong enough militarily. French imperialism is basically on rations from American imperialism, and they're being propped up by American imperialism. And because of that, the French desperately need the USA to fund their military. They desperately need the USA to support them across Africa and other places. And that's why they've been on board pushing for a confrontation with Russia. And then you will notice that a number of former French colonies that were not really independent, Mali, Niger, other parts of Africa that were under French domination, broke free as a result of the Ukraine war. Russia had a friendship with various militaries there, and in Mali and in a number of countries in Africa that were under French domination, where French oil companies extract the oil and where French corporations dominate their economy. A number of former French colonies that are nominally independent, but under the domination of French imperialism. Because the French were going all in against Russia, Russia gave its support to the military leaders of those countries to assert independence. And all across West Africa, there have been a number of countries that have been kicking out the French imperialists. Mali was the first one, and there's been a wave of anti-French uprisings across West Africa. And the economic independence and the anti-imperialism of a number of African countries has been asserted, and Russia has given military support with the Wagner Group and other military contractors. They've given military support to these new independents, new independence governments that have emerged, and it's very exciting. And so the French really hate the Russians right now. They really hate the Russians, and they really hate Trump because Trump wants to cut them off, wants to make them pay for their own military operations, wants to dismantle the NATO alliance. And so the French really hate Trump, and the French are desperate to keep the NATO alliance intact. And so just like Biden, now the French are escalating this confrontation with Russia. And I wrote this book documenting how the Revolutionary Communist Party was an asset of French intelligence. After I wrote this book, a number of Russians on social media reached out to me and they said, Caleb, you don't know how right you are. Because after the special military operation in Ukraine began, after Russia's special military operation began, there were a whole lot of Trotskyites and fake, pro-imperialist woke communists in Russia. And where did they all go? Paris. And that a big section, all these like communists in Russia that hate Putin and love America and want to wear berets and think that they're Trotsky or whatever, a lot of them that were involved in working with Navalny and the protests against the French government, a lot of them fled to Paris. They moved to Paris. And they said, that this French imperialist project of grooming communists, and as the Soviet Union was dying, becoming the new paymaster and the new boss of communists, they have been very effective at it. And the reason that most of the communist groups in America at this point don't support Russia and Ukraine and don't support China on Taiwan and don't take anti-imperialist positions is because I am convinced that there's a lot of covert French intelligence funding, right? And the RCP is the most blatant example of it. You have a fanatical group that's being directed from France. And I quote in Bob Avakian's autobiography, he talks about how they brought him into a network of former communists who were living in Paris and showed him the ropes. And on top of that, they denied his attempt to get political exile in France. He wanted to be a political refugee, and they denied it. Well, he still stayed in the country for at least 20 years. So on what grounds was he given a visa? He obviously had to make some kind of arrangement. The RCP is one of the most blatant examples of a French imperialist counter gang, right? They're controlled by French intelligence. But it's not just them. Look, it is not a coincidence that the main fake socialist propaganda publication in the United States, what is it called? Jacobin, right? And Jacobin magazine, this socialist magazine that when it started, they just did a special segment announcing it on MSNBC with Chris Hayes. That's what happens, right? When real anti-imperialists start a publication, the mainstream media says, can we advertise you on one of our shows? And Chris Hayes, All In with Chris Hayes, did a special segment. Check out this new socialist magazine. And NPR does big segments on them, and CNN. Look at this new socialist magazine. Isn't that interesting? And not demonizing them, just saying, oh, it's interesting. Obviously, the Soviet Union and China and all the communist countries are bad, but those Jacobins, they're interesting. And you got to love this. Their name is Jacobin. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar, the Jacobins were the leaders of the French Revolution, and they were not nice people. They did a lot of head chopping, and they did a lot of, taking people out on the ocean and leaving them in the middle of the ocean too. They were just really not nice people. A lot of executions, a lot of torture, a lot of, leaving people in the middle of the ocean, a lot of really nasty, mean stuff. But the Jacobins were revolutionaries, right? They were the radical faction of the French Revolution, Jean-Paul Marat and others. So the Jacobins, right? Jacobin magazine is named Jacobin after that. And I did a video pointing out that, if the more hardline communists, if they named their magazine KGB, people would object to that. They'd say, how dare you name it after this murderous intelligence agency? We named a magazine Stasi after the German secret police of the East German government. They would call that nasty. So the Jacobins are a group of ruthless murderers, of head choppers, guillotine, people, executed priests and nuns, and executed feminists, and executed all kinds of people. Right? The Jacobins are really not nice people. Really, really not nice people. Isn't it ironic they named it that? So then you got to love this. The people at Jacobin insisted, oh no, we're not named after the French Jacobins. We're named after the Haitian Revolution. And I saw that and I said, yeah, except the Haitian revolutionaries did not call themselves Jacobins. And they say, oh yeah, but in the 1940s, there was a book called Black Jacobins published by C.L.R. James, the Trotskyite. And it was about the Haitian Revolution. So we're actually in honor, and it's like, no, you're not, right? C.L.R. James wrote a book about the Haitian revolutionaries called Black Jacobins, arguing that the Haitian slave revolutionaries were more true to the democratic principles of the French Revolution and the Jacobin ideals than the actual French people were. And so Jacobin magazine says, oh no, we're not named after the Jacobins. We're named after the Haitians. Bullshit. 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 That is ridiculous. So you're named after what a book that was written hundreds of years after the Haitian Revolution called them? No, I don't buy it. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. Do they think we're stupid? I think they do, right? And that French intelligence controls a lot of leftist spaces, and German intelligence as well. The Rosa Luxemburg Foundation. Rosa Luxemburg was a very heroic individual, but there's the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, which runs the Left Forum in the United States, is paid for by the German government. I mean, it very openly, right? And the Left Forum and a lot of leftist stuff in the United States is paid for by the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, which the way it works in Germany is that every political party that has seats in the parliament, you get your own nonprofit with government money to print political books. Well, the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, which is funded by the German government, funds leftist activism in the United States, right? And the Left Forum that they have in New York City every year, it's largely paid for by the German government. I'm sure the French imperialists and Jacobin are in there as well. And that people have noticed, the Left Forum, I used to go to it back in the day. It was very well attended. It had a lot of people. It was dominated by the Democratic Socialists of America. And it used to be called the Socialist Scholars Conference and all of that. But the Jacobin, the last Left Forum that they had was really small, and they banned everybody. They banned everybody who was a dissident. They banned the 9/11 truthers. They banned people that, it was like there was nobody there but Jacobin magazine and some college professors. And it was funny because it was like the last Left Forum that they had, there was barely anybody there. It was just all Jacobin magazine. It was all these intellectuals and stuff, but there was barely any attendees because they banned anybody, basically canceled anybody who holds on to what leftism used to mean, like anti-imperialism, etc. Right? It was just a meeting of, you know, of woke Twitter people, and most of them don't show up in real life anyway. And it was very, very small. And that leftism in the United States is very much dominated by French imperialism. And I wanted to tell that story because that's really important in light of what the French are doing. Yeah, they banned my friend Mark Crispin Miller, a guy that I really look up to, a guy they were all promoting. Mark Crispin Miller, you know, he's been an anti-imperialist, and he's a professor at NYU. And he's been talking about the JFK assassination and many things for years. And Mark Crispin Miller, you know, they all loved him because he wrote a book saying that the 2004 election was rigged, right? That Bush had not won, that John Kerry had been the legitimate winner. And he did a huge amount of research and stuff. And he was on all the liberal shows back then. But Mark Crispin Miller is legit anti-imperialist, and he doesn't agree with the war and the hostility to Russia. He happily appeared on RT. He's a good friend of Jimmy Dore, and he's vaccine skeptical. And so Mark Crispin Miller was banned from the Left Forum and canceled, you know, and that they went after all kinds of people. And they banned people that are critical of Israel. And the left forum, you know, just turned into the woke forum, controlled by Jacobin magazine and the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation and all of this. This is all important because the fact that the French are pushing us to nuclear war right now, and they are pushing this, it represents a level of desperation. But it also explains how weird things have gotten. And I have said over and over again, the Revolutionary Communist Party, the RCP, is a front for French intelligence. I'm going to show you their reaction video to Trump winning the election. When Trump won the election, I was overjoyed. That doesn't mean I'm thrilled about everything Trump has ever said or done, but Trump doesn't want to get us into World War III. Trump doesn't want social media to be able to censor people. Trump doesn't want economic degrowth. You know, like, Trump winning was obviously the better outcome, despite all of Trump's flaws. That's not what the RCP thinks, right? Even though Biden is marching us toward World War III, even though Kamala Harris and Joe Biden raided the homes of the Uhuru movement and are actively jailing socialists right now, you know, they are just determined to, you know, they're just really adamant. So this is their reaction. You can't make this up. I'm just going to show you. We're going to go through. This is the reaction of the RCP, the French Intelligence Front Group. This is their reaction to Trump winning the election. The anti-World War III, anti-police state candidate winning the election. This is their response.
Welcome to the RNL Revolution Nothing Less show.
And that, by the way, that woman is Sunsara Taylor. And Sunsara Taylor is probably the most public face of the RCP. Their leader, Bob Avakian, he was in exile for many years. He's back in the United States now, but he does very little public appearances. But she's their main public spokesperson. And Sunsara Taylor is an abortion activist. She was involved in fighting to defend abortion clinics in Buffalo, New York. I believe she's from upstate New York originally. And she was recruited into the RCP. And so here we go. And she's like their main spokesperson. And she's one of their youngest people. They don't have many people left. The RCP is kind of dying, but they were one of the big communist groups in the 70s and 80s. And especially, you know, in the 90s, as the communist groups were dying, they were very visible. They had bookstores throughout the country, Revolution Books, etc.
21st episode. My name is Sunsara Taylor, and today is November 8th, 2024, 3 days after Trump was reelected president.
The Fox News Decision Desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Shock, rage, fear.
I'm not shocked. I'm not full of rage, and I'm not full of fear. I'm not shocked because things in America were very, very bad. Living standards were going down. And we were marching toward World War III, and you have to spend $200 every time you go outside, and young people can't afford to live on their own, and our freedoms are being taken away. And, you know, I'm not shocked at all, and I'm not afraid either, but there you go. I was more afraid of what Kamala Harris might do based on how the Uhuru movement, a group of black socialists, were had their homes raided by the FBI and were dragged into federal court, how Biden jailed hundreds of Trump supporters. I was more concerned about that.
resignation. As the reality that Trump won the election set in, immigrant families froze in silent terror at the impending raids, the racist violence, and the families ripped apart, locked away.
All that's happening under Biden. Biden's deporting people like crazy. Kids are still in cages, except they call it children in facilities. Look, I'm not thrilled about Trump's anti-immigrant rhetoric either, but the idea that that's going to change under Trump, this is something that Biden wasn't already doing. Like, what planet is she living on?
Or hurled across borders, never able to caress each other again. Women seethed with rage, as well as a disorienting sense of deep betrayal that half of this country didn't just fail to prioritize their rights and their lives, but actively hungers to see them humiliated and punished.
Actually, Trump opposed a federal abortion ban. That's the first thing. And it is not illegal to cross state lines to get an abortion. A number of states that tried to ban abortion after Roe v. Wade was overturned weren't successful in doing so. I mean, this like nightmare scenario where like women get the death penalty for having abortions or go to jail for having abortions hasn't happened, right? That basically we're, a number of very conservative states like Texas and Alabama have outlawed abortion. Other states have not, and you're still allowed to get on a bus and go to those states, and Planned Parenthood still has millions of dollars, and there's still all kinds of abortions happening, and I don't know what planet she's living on.
Trans people winced at the sting of hatred.
And again, what is this sting of hatred? And we're going to talk about this a little bit later. Like, Trump said that Brianna Jenner or Caitlyn Jenner could use any bathroom at his facility. Trump actually has been the most pro-LGBT Republican president that has ever existed. You lost me here. Trans people won't be able to do women's sports anymore, right? Is that what you're concerned about? Like, this is nuts. Yes, it's just completely woke. It has nothing to do with communism. But anyway, let's continue.
Parents struggled for words to reassure scared children, and among decent people everywhere, a hollowed out.
Decent people everywhere, right? Now, keep in mind, this is a communist group that supposedly is going to lead the entire country to have a revolution, right? Is going to become the leaders of the entire country. But she just said that anyone who supports Trump is not a decent person, right? That you're a bad person if you support Trump. If you don't want World War III, you're a bad person. If you don't want the Uhuru movement to be raided, you're a bad person. If you don't like the inflation and the economic degrowth being imposed, you're a bad person. If you don't like the low-wage police state, you're a bad person. I mean, this is like, and then she's going to lead the country, right? When she hates half the country.
Out feeling, a growing ache in the pits of their stomachs, a fear for the future.
Yeah, a fear based on crazy, hysterical media campaigns that have made it seem like only racist people support Trump and all kinds of crazy shit. Yeah, a mainstream media that is all about having World War III with Russia, all about taking away our rights, that has lied like crazy to people. Yeah, a lot of people have been psyched up, just like her, by mainstream media and manipulated.
A deep sense of despair. Donald Trump, notorious PIG and self-confessed pussy-grabbing hater of women, unhinged, habitual liar.
Okay, well, you do know in the famous, grab her by the you-know-what tape, the next line after what Trump said on that tape, right, which he said was locker room talk, he apologized for it. You do know the next line he said is, they let you do it. So he was clearly not advocating something not consensual, right? He was in a changing room in a trailer with another dude, and he was trying to, it was locker room talk, as they say. And then he said what he said. And then afterwards he said, quote, they let you do it. So if they let you do it, that is not non-consensual.
Nazi venom-spewing basher of immigrants, shoot them in the knees, white supremacist, retribution promising, rule of law trampling, America.
All just about what Trump says, right? It's all just about what he says. Biden does all these things, right? And we saw Biden raid the homes of Black revolutionaries. We saw Biden throw his political opponents in jail by the hundreds. We saw all kinds of marching toward World War III under Biden. But Trump said all these disgusting things. He said all these not politically correct things. And she's just so politically correct. And she's worked up about Trump saying naughty words and saying things that she thinks are racist. It's like, have you not lived in this country for 4 years? Which was better, the 4 years of Trump or the 4 years that came afterwards? I think that's obvious to every American, but not her, because Trump said bad words.
America's first outright fascist has been elected president. In just weeks, he is scheduled to assume the full powers of the state. Back in 2017, speaking to the nightmare confronted by the first Trump presidency, Bob Avakian, revolutionary leader and author and architect of the new communism, said this.
We are we are now being ruled by a fascist regime.
Yeah, a fascist regime that was voted out of office. A fascist regime that was denounced 24 hours a day in mainstream media. A fascist regime that not only got voted out of office, but from there had all of the most active and supporters of it indicted by the government. I mean, it's like fascism is a totalitarian state. Fascism means one party. Fascism means you're not allowed to disagree. And everyone disagrees with Trump all the fucking time.
Relentlessly assaulting civil rights and liberties and openly
I'm sorry, how is he attacking civil rights and liberties when he was the one standing up to the people wiretapping us and saying they shouldn't be able to do it? When he was the one being wiretapped by the security state, when Biden came in and jailed all of his opponents and Trump was the victim of that. I mean, if you listen to anything that Tulsi Gabbard and others have said, I mean, it's clearly Biden was the one suppressing civil liberties and Trump was standing in their way to some degree, not as much as he should have. I'll give you that. Trump's presidency was not heroic. It wasn't amazing, but he was somewhat of a roadblock to what the real fascists in power want to do. I mean, this is crazy.
Promoting bigotry and inequality, acting with callous disregard or cold-blooded malice toward those they consider inferior and a drain or stain on the country. On a mission to deny health care to millions who will suffer and many who will die without it. Crudely degrading women as objects of plunder, breeders of children.
It's all just about words, right? These people don't care about the actual conditions in the country. They don't care about actual policies. They don't care about imprisoning people. It's all just Trump said words we don't approve of. They live in this politically correct bubble where you can't say girl, you have to say woman because girl is sexist. They live in this politically correct bubble where, you know, you can't say wife, you have to say spouse, right? And I know how these communist groups are. They police language like crazy, right? You can't say America, you have to say United States, right? They're like insane, right? You can't say America, you got to say United States. You can't say girl, you got to say woman. You can't say wife, you got to say spouse. They're like nuts, right? And they live in this politically correct bubble where if you say the wrong thing, you get scolded. And Trump doesn't live in that world. Trump talks like most people in this country talk, and that's what they're upset about. It's like this autistic rules thing. They don't care about the fact that Biden was marching us toward World War III. Biden was trying to make it illegal to be an anti-imperialist. Biden was helping rig the internet to shut down dissident voices. None of that matters to them. Biden was destroying the lives of working people. All of this stuff was happening, and none of that matters to them. All that matters to them is that Trump says naughty words. Trump says naughty words.
Do with anything positive up against this nightmare. Here is another equally significant truth of importance. The Democratic Party cannot fight these fascists in the way they need to be fought.
Well, let's see. They tried to put Trump in jail. They put hundreds of Trump supporters in jail. They gave Trump a bullshit conviction in federal court. There was a lot of things that Donald Trump did. I mean, they weren't fighting him enough. What should they have done? Like, what would be enough for you to fight Trump? I mean, should they have just canceled the elections? Would that have been defending democracy? I mean, like, what more do you want them to do? Right? They psyched up a whole bunch of people to think that they're going to go to death camps if Trump wins. They tried to throw Trump in jail to keep him out of office. Like, what? Like, they're not fighting Trump enough. Like, what in the world would you want him to do? Like, I mean, this is nuts. Like, I mean, it's like, how much of a police state Do the Democrats should the Democrats have just canceled the elections entirely? Is that what defending democracy means to you?
Cannot do this because as a ruling class party of this system of capitalism imperialism, the Democratic Party cannot offer a positive alternative to this fascism.
Yeah, the Democrats are more fascist than Trump. The Democrats are the fascist party that wants to make it illegal to be an anti-imperialist and that wants to march us toward World War III. And they actually implemented fascist policies, and Trump said naughty words.
They cannot provide a means for achieving any of the things that decent people aspire to. And they cannot bring an end to the things that decent people righteously hate. The genocidal slaughter of Palestinians by Israel, which is being armed and backed by Biden and Harris and the entire Democratic Party, as well as the Republican Party, by the way, is a concentration of this.
Yeah, but I didn't notice your drive out the fascist Biden regime campaign. I didn't notice that. And I didn't notice your hysterical efforts against Biden, the fascist. Didn't notice that.
And with whatever differences the Democrats and Trump may have over Russia and Ukraine, they are united in their preparation for war with China, with all the terrible.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Tulsi Gabbard has spoken about that and all that. The Democrats, the Democrats may not emphasize anti-China stuff as much, and there's a lot of Republicans that do beat the anti-China drum, but there is much more anti-war sentiment entirely coming out of the Trump camp.
Consequences of that for all of humanity. Further, despite some pretense and deception on the part of these Democrats, the same is true down the line of all the crucial things that decent people care about, from the accelerating destruction of the environment to oppression based on race, sex, and gender, to the persecution of immigrants. These Democrats cannot bring about a just resolution to any.
How about living standards going down? How about working people not being able to pay their bills? How about the roads crumbling all throughout America? How about the opioid epidemic that's destroyed so many families? There's a lot of things to be mad about, but she just has this checklist, this woke checklist about racism, sexism, anti-immigrant bigotry. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's not what people actually care about that is affecting their lives. It's just like what you get a good grade in your college women's studies course to care about. Like, real people care about paying their bills. Real people care about how they're afraid to speak and they're going to lose all their family connections over their politics and they're going to get canceled. Real people don't want World War III. And she just sits there and it's just like, there's anti-LGBT discrimination and there's homophobia and there's racism and sexism. Oh, look how woke I am. I mean, it's just so.
Of this, for the fundamental reason that all of this is built into the system that they represent and enforce. Here is just one illustration of this among many. Did you watch Harris's concession speech on the day after the election?
Oh, here we go.
Despite some meaningless platitudes about freedom, this was a speech that was nothing more than a miserable call for capitulation to the fascism of Trump on the basis of allegiance to this system.
We must accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition.
Like, what was she supposed to say? Again, I thought the whole reason Trump was bad was because reelecting him would be the end of democracy. So, yeah, I mean, she's saying that she shouldn't have accepted the results. That's why Trump is supposed to be so bad, right? I mean, this is beyond me. Like, what was, I mean, we do admit, there's no question Trump got way more votes in this election than Kamala Harris did. Trump won this election. The Democrats got 15 million less votes. So is she supposed to not accept the results? And that's why we're supposed to hate Trump, is Trump didn't accept the results. This is getting stupid. This is getting really stupid.
Allegiance to this system, which has given rise to this fascism, along with all the other monstrosity this system has brought forth from its beginning in slavery and genocide right down to today. If you genuinely hate injustice, you cannot maintain your conscience or your humanity while following Harris and joining in this capitulation.
What capitulation? Again, was she supposed to not accept the results? This is nuts.
All of this including the fact that these Democrats cannot and will not fight these fascists the way they must be fought, is in turn an
the Democrats are fascists. Kamala Harris was the queen of mass incarceration. What planet are you living on?
expression of a deeper reality. This fascism has been bred and fed by this system of capitalism, imperialism.
Oh boy.
This fascism.
What's the fascism? Not wanting wars around the world, wanting to rebuild the communities that are crumbling, wanting to let people say what they believe on social media, wanting to not have inflation destroy working people's lives. What's the fascism here?
Has grown out of the very soil of this country with its whole history. And
I thought it was a Russian conspiracy. That's what the Democrats said. I thought it was a big conspiracy from Russia.
Current reality of horrific atrocity, its fundamental relations of ruthless exploitation and murderous oppression.
It's just like leftist word salad. What the fuck is she talking about?
Of people here and all over the world. And the putrid culture that has rationalized and even celebrated all of this. Yeah, very late in the final days of the campaign, Generals Mark Milley and John Kelly, both of whom served under Trump, came out and accurately described Trump as a fascist.
Yes, the fucking Pentagon opposed Trump. You do realize you're saying Trump is bad because the Pentagon opposed him, right? You do realize that. You do realize that. You're quoting, you're calling Trump a fascist because the U.S. imperialists, the Pentagon bosses, you're on the same side and repeating the same hysterical rhetoric as the Pentagon and U.S. imperialism. You're on the side of Dick Cheney. Do you hear yourself? You're supposed to be a communist. You're supposed to be an anti-imperialist. Give me a break.
Even Harris herself said this a couple of times. But then Harris and the Democrats continued to actively undermine the reality of this threat by spreading and focusing on the illusion that the real problem with Trump is that he only thinks about himself, or that he's dividing us, the American people.
We all have so much.
Like, this is, did they not hear mainstream media saying Donald Trump had a rally at Madison Square Garden? And you know who had a rally at Madison Square Garden 80 years ago? The Nazis. Mainstream media was pushing all this hysterical stuff, and the fucking Pentagon was pushing it, and you're pushing it now, and you still position yourself as being anti-imperialist. No, you are agents of French intelligence. You're assets of French intelligence, and the French are afraid they're going to lose NATO. And so you're fighting like hell against a candidate that is anti-NATO. You're on the side of Dick Cheney. You're on the side of John Bolton. And you're against American working families. Black people voted for Trump in big numbers. Latinos voted for Trump in big numbers. Muslims voted for Trump in big numbers. You are part of a leftist bubble, right? Where you're more concerned about who says naughty words than you are concerned about the actual conditions facing working families, right? And so I just wanted to get that out there. But anyway, the night is young, folks. And I see we got one super chat that has come in. And thank you, Gabby. And we will definitely be answering that in the second half of our show. And if anyone else has any more super chats or rumble rants, by all means, give me something to talk about in the second half of the show. We're going to keep going for a while. I got a few other things I wanted to talk to you all about. Why not, right? Why not? The night is young. Glad that you're all here with us. Wanted to talk to you about a couple other things. So part of the anti-Trump hysteria that we're getting, and I was talking to Gavin about this earlier today. I was talking to some other people about this. Part of the anti-Trump hysteria is the buzz around this term, Christian nationalism. That's the new thing that we're supposed to be upset about. Now, obviously, evangelical Christians, the religious right that emerged in the late 70s and came to kind of dominate U.S. politics in the 80s and 90s, the religious right is a real thing, but this new thing about Christian nationalism emerged. And so I whenever I see MSNBC do segments about Christian nationalism, I hear various pro-establishment voices talking about Christian nationalism. So I tweeted out, today, I said, hey, is Christian nationalism a real thing? Do people actually call themselves Christian nationalists? And I got all kinds of people responding to me saying things like, well, my relatives always say this is a Christian nation. Well, that's not the same as being a Christian nationalist. I got, and I got all kinds of people ranting against their Trump supporting relatives for saying things about religion or culture they don't agree with, but none of them are saying that they are Christian nationalists. Now, the Christian nationalist crusade was a political movement started by Gerald L.K. Smith during the Second World War. Gerald L.K. Smith was an American. He was a guy who had worked with Huey Long, the governor of Louisiana. And after Huey Long died, he just became kind of a far right-wing activist. And he started the Christian Nationalist Crusade. And he was anti-Semitic, and he started the America First Party, the Christian Nationalist Crusade. He went around during the 1950s. He was just kind of an anti-Semitic, right-wing dude, far-right activist in America. That's Christian nationalism. Right? Christian nationalism is it's a wing of 1930s far-right politics in America. I can guarantee you there is nobody in the Trump administration who has anything to do with Gerald L.K. Smith. But if you listen to these segments they're doing about Christian nationalism, they're not talking about Gerald L.K. Smith. They're talking about evangelical Christians believing things like abortion should be outlawed, believing things like the Ten Commandments should be displayed in classrooms. And you can disagree with those things, but that's not the same as being a Christian nationalist. And that this is where it gets really weird. And this is like a frustration that I've had for a long time, is that words become epithets. And then the people being called them start taking them on. And it's like, what is a Christian nationalist? What is it? What is a Christian nationalist? Nationalism is certainly a political trend, right? The idea of loyalty to a nation state. The United States is not a nation. A nation is a people with a common language, a common culture, a common history, and all of that. The USA is full of different nationalities, different cultures, different languages. I mean, the United States is not a nation. Some of the far right in the United States will call themselves nationalists, right? That certainly exists, right? You have, skinhead gangs and all that. And before it was Christian nationalist, it was white nationalist. Well, white nationalism certainly exists, right? Richard Spencer, David Duke, those guys they openly call themselves white nationalists, and they have a very specific belief system. Their belief is that, whites are this sacred group that is being persecuted by a conspiracy from Jews, and they want to create some kind of ethno-state, a separate country for whites only, right? And that's white nationalism, right? Very few people in America are white nationalists. Very, very, very few people believe that whites are a sacred group being persecuted by a conspiracy of Jews, and that the answer is to carve out a big chunk of the country and make it the white territory. Very few people in America believe that. There are some, like Richard Spencer, like David Duke, that do believe that, but it's a very, very, very small group of people. But I noticed when Trump first got elected, all of a sudden, everybody was a white nationalist. Everybody was a white nationalist. I mean, anybody. I was a of course I wasn't, but I was accused of being a white nationalist because I waved the American flag and talked about patriotism. All Trump supporters were white nationalists. The left just started calling everyone a white nationalist. And ContraPoints made this cringe video about how all the white nationalists are pretending to not be white nationalists. And the left did this whole thing where it wasn't about fighting capitalism and imperialism. It wasn't fighting for working families anymore. There was this secret white nationalist conspiracy that had infiltrated the government. And that's what we were fighting against. And it was like somehow Richard Spencer and David Duke had, secretly they were controlling the Republican Party, and all the Republicans were white nationalists. And that was not true on so many levels. That was just so absurd that it's just like, where do people begin with that? I mean, first of all, Richard Spencer, David Duke, the white nationalists, they all hate Israel. They think Israel is part of a big conspiracy against white people. Well, Donald Trump was the most pro-Israel president we've ever had, which is not good. He moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. He murdered Qasem Soleimani and all of that. But yet it was just, a fact that, Trump is a white nationalist. Trump was not a white nationalist. Trump was a conservative. Trump, authoritarian, right-wing populist. I mean, you can talk about different aspects of Trump's administration, but Trump was not a white nationalist. But suddenly everyone on the right wing and any people on the left wing who dared disagree, we were all white nationalists. It was very, very weird. It was a very, very weird thing. And I've seen it now. The word white nationalist has no meaning, right? If you talk to one of these woke people, everyone who voted for Trump is a white nationalist. Everyone, right? I mean, it's like, no, they're not. Like, white nationalism has an actual meaning. And Christian nationalism is a spin-off of the same kind of politics. And it was started by a guy named Gerald L.K. Smith in the 1930s, who supported Hitler, was anti-Semitic, the whole 9 yards, right? He was from Louisiana and all of that. And now I see all these programs on MSNBC and all these people tweeting about Christian nationalism. And I listen to them talk about Christian nationalism. And what they're saying is Christians want to outlaw abortion because they disagree with it. Well, abortion is actually illegal in most countries in the world. They just have an exception, which is any doctor. If a doctor signs on to it, says it's necessary, it's allowed, right? And that's how it is in Britain. That's how it is in France. That's how most of the world. Abortion on demand is illegal. But if a doctor signs on to it, you can do it. That's how it is in most countries in the world. In America, it's very weird. And the way we do abortion over here, is very, very weird. And the Supreme Court legalized it with Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade was overturned. And the abortion issue is a very bizarre thing in America, the way it's handled. There's a lot of things in America that we do that are very weird, that are very, very, very weird. It's not how other people do them. Great example is the death penalty, right? Most Western countries, I'd say every Western country except the United States, doesn't practice the death penalty. Pretty simple. And there are countries like Singapore, like China, like Iran, like Saudi Arabia. There are developing countries that deal with drug cartels and terrorist groups and stuff, and they have the death penalty. And the way they implement the death penalty is, certain crimes, you do that, we kill you, right? In Singapore, you bring drugs into Singapore, they kill you. That's it, right? Within 8 hours, you will be killed if you're caught with drugs in Singapore. In China, very similar thing. If you're caught smuggling drugs into China, they kill you. In Iran, if you're working with the drug gangs or the terrorist groups that are trying to, break parts of Iran away to become Sunni because they don't like the Shia government or whatever, you work with them, they kill you. And it's almost a military necessity in these countries. These drug cartels are very nasty. And they tend to point guns at people and say, do what we say or we kill you. So in order for the government to fight them, it has to have the same kind of threat. And it's really ugly, but it's conditions that we are not living in. Now, some of the stuff happening at the border is like that. And some of the chaos has spilled into America. And a lot of that stuff, especially in Central America, is a direct result of U.S. policies. During the 1980s, the USA was funding the drug cartels to fight against the Sandinistas, et cetera. But there are many, many examples of countries that have the death penalty, and they practice it in a way where it's very effective. You do certain things, we kill you, right? Well, that works. In America, we haven't gotten rid of the death penalty like every other Western country. We still have it. But the way it works is that it's in only certain states that have it, and most states don't have it, but a few states have it. Texas, Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, they have it. And in those states that have it, you probably won't get it if you commit a murder, unless it's a very egregious murder or you kill a cop. And then you get the death penalty. But it takes like 20 years for them to finally execute you. It makes no sense. There is no person who's going to kill, thinking, oh, I'm mad, I'm going to go murder somebody. Oh, wait. If I kill them, there's a chance that if the crime is egregious enough, I might get the death penalty in 20 years. That's not a deterrent. So what's the point of having the death penalty then? I mean, the way we practice it in the United States, it has no deterrent value. None, right? And has absolutely no deterrent value. And the way we practice the death penalty in the United States, it is, many people have pointed out, almost like some kind of sick religious ritual, right? Where it's like we just feel that it must be done for religious reasons. And on top of that, it's like a weird gesture to the cops, right? It's like if one of you cops gets killed, we'll kill the guy who did it to show that we like you guys so much. Well, with all due respect to law enforcement, I don't think we should be killing people as a favor to any profession, right? And I just, the death penalty, the way we do it in the United States is demented. We just shouldn't do it. And it's similar to how we do the abortion thing, right? If you want, outlaw abortion in the United States, but then make it so any doctor can say, well, it's necessary for the mother's mental health or whatever, and then do it. And everyone would probably be happy. There'd be no fight. But it's like designed to be a culture war, right? If we did it the way it's done in almost every other country in the world where it's illegal, but not really, I think there wouldn't be a big culture war. But the way we do it is in order to have an abortion, you have to have a special abortion license. You have to be certain zoning law. I mean, it's like they set up these special abortion clinics, and the way we do abortion in the United States is nuts, right? Whereas in most countries in the world, any gynecologist can do it, and he can do it if he deems it necessary for the health of the mother, right? But it's technically illegal, and there's a religious stigma against it. Usually, the churches, and most countries. This is where it gets really interesting, right? And when we talk about Christian nationalism, right? The United States has no state religion, right? It's actually in our Constitution. The First Amendment of the Constitution, the first sentence of it is, Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or restricting free exercise thereof. Why? Why is it that the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution says that? Because of the fact that we are so religious. And this is where it gets interesting, right? I was talking to somebody I know from Britain, and they have a state religion in Britain. Did you know that? In Britain, they have a state religion. It's called the Church of England. And it has been the state religion of Britain since the time of King Henry VIII. It has been the state religion of Britain. And it works just fine because nobody cares. People don't go to church in Britain. People are not religious. Most of the population is very, very secular, atheistic, or they believe in God, but they're not really into it or whatever. And no one cares. And so they have a state religion and no one cares. In America, the reason we can't have a state religion is because we are so religious. What denomination would run America? Could you imagine what the response would be if they tried to create a Catholic government in America? There would be riots in the streets. Can you imagine what the response would be if they tried to create a Methodist government in America? Riots in the streets. Mormon government in America. Riots in the streets. We are so into religion here, we can't have a religious government. It seems contradictory, right? You would think, well, we're more religious, so we should have a religious government. No. In Britain, you can have a religious government because nobody cares. In America, you cannot have a religious government because it would go crazy. And that is a really, really interesting aspect. And there's a lot of things about the United States that are like that, where it doesn't really make sense. It's like, we're such a religious country. We have so much religion in America that we can't have a religious government because we would kill each other. We'd lose our minds. And that is something I wanted to point out. But this whole thing about Christian nationalism, right? It points to something. It's an ongoing thing that I am just somebody. I don't like hyperbole, or if something is hyperbolic, it should be understood to be such, right? If you're going to call Trump supporters Christian nationalists, you should mean it. You should have a definition of what Christian nationalism is, that Christian nationalism is an ideology, that, philosophy of Gerald L.K. Smith. And you should say, I literally believe that Donald Trump and his cabinet are all adherents of Christian nationalist movements. They're supporters of Gerald L.K. Smith. And if you think that, you should be able to defend that, or you shouldn't say it, right? Tulsi Gabbard is a Hindu. She's not a Christian. She's a Hindu, right? Vivek Ramaswamy, also a Hindu. Right. So if this is a Christian nationalist government, it's funny that there's so many Hindus being appointed into high ranking positions within it. But like the evidence, when I tweeted out that people were Christian nationalists, the evidence that was shot back at me was these people want to outlaw abortion. These people disagree with gay marriage. These people are anti-Islamic. And that's not evidence that one is a Christian nationalist. You can say that's evidence that one's bigoted, that one's fanatical, but it's not evidence of one being a Christian nationalist. And this reminded me exactly of how Trumpers think all woke people are communists, right? Well, they think blah, 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 and that's communist. Well, no, it's not, right? Wanting to outlaw abortion does not make you a Christian nationalist. Wanting to outlaw gay marriage does not make you a Christian nationalist. And wanting free healthcare does not make you a communist, right? And that if you live in a bubble, it's like anyone who speaks outside of my bubble is by definition this other thing. And that's just not how things work. Great example of this. I grew up in a very conservative religious area. And many, many, many times I had an argument that I just had with people so many times where people would say, are you Catholic or Christian? And I would tell people Catholicism is a form of Christianity. I understand you don't think it's real Christianity, but Catholics consider themselves to be Christian. They worship Jesus, they have crucifixes, etc. And many, many, many times, the person who I said, you're saying, are they Catholic or Christian? You mean Catholic or Protestant, right? And they'd say, no, no, no. They'd say, Catholicism is a form of paganism. And I would say, okay, I understand that you think that, but they don't think that, right? And, no, the Catholics don't think they're Christian. They worship Mary. They're like, no, Catholicism is a form of Christianity. And I would argue with so many people who it's like that never occurred to them. They'd say, are you Catholic or Christian? No, are you Catholic or Protestant? Right? There's Orthodox Christians, there's Protestant Christians, and there's Catholic Christians, right? And you can argue that they are not legitimate, that they're phonies, but it was like what started out as Protestants saying to Catholics, you are not real Christians, turned into people living in such a bubble. They did not realize that was hyperbole. That was slur. That was, I'm calling you a fraud. They thought it didn't occur to them. I had one of my classmates told me that she thought that the Catholic Church had crucified Jesus. And I said, what are you talking about? And she said, well, it's the Roman Catholic Church. And I was just like, oh my God, and she was convinced that the Romans, that Catholicism was the religion of the Romans who killed Christ. And I mean, eventually it became that hundreds of years later, but oh my God. And it's just like, it's like when you live in a bubble, right? When you live in a bubble where everyone who wants free healthcare is a communist, right? Or you live in a bubble where, where everyone who wants to outlaw abortion is a Christian nationalist, it leads to, you kind of lose touch with reality, right? There are real white nationalists out there. David Duke, Richard Spencer, they exist. Charlottesville, those guys were very openly that. There are real communists out there, not in America, I wouldn't say. And that's a whole nother thing we can get into later. But there are real communists out there. And people who want a Canadian healthcare system are not communists, right? Just because, and it's like you live in this bubble where it's like there's people who have views that are similar to mine, and then there's collections of bad people out there. And if someone disagrees with me, that automatically taints them to be part of the bad people. And the world is much more nuanced than that, right? And that's the problem, is that I realize that I certainly run in certain political circles. I know names that average people on the street don't know. I have had intense arguments about topics that average people on the street might not know anything about or have heard of, right? When we all do. And social media makes that worse. It makes it far worse, right? Your phone is constantly showing you things, and it's getting you even deeper into that bubble. But it's important to keep that in mind, right? You and I might be really, really mad at, somebody. And in our social media universe, it's a really big deal, but there's a lot of people that aren't in that universe, right? And, to most of the world, if you want free healthcare, you're not a communist. To most of the world, if you want abortion outlawed, you're not a Christian nationalist, right? And there are Christian nationalists out there, and there are people that are more socially conservative, and there are people that are more economically left-wing, and that this is just life, right? That anyway. There's a couple things I wanted to say. I'm just kind of putting this all out there, but that brings me, since we're talking about culture wars, right, to something that happened this week. And again, I do appreciate the super chats that are coming in. That's good. And we're going to go for a little while here. It's going to be a long night because, hey, I haven't been on for a while, and Saturday night is a great night. There's always a lot of people here, and I got a lot to say. And I don't know. So Nancy Mace, I don't know if you followed this. Nancy Mace, a member of the U.S. Congress, I think she's from North Carolina, or is it South Carolina, right? Nancy Mace has thrown down about the fact that there is a transgender woman, a trans woman, who's been elected to the U.S. Congress, and she wants to prevent that woman from going into men's bathrooms, right? Or to women's bathrooms. She says, because she has a penis, because she's, biologically female, that, we don't want her to go into, she's biologically male. We don't want her to go into women's spaces. Nancy Mace has thrown down about all of this. And, I have long been of the opinion that these kind of culture wars are a distraction. But here's the thing. I said at one point, if you're against gay marriage, if you're against abortion, I might disagree with you, but we can still work together. We need class struggle, not culture wars. I said that. That is, to date, the biggest cancel I have ever gotten. I've been canceled a number of times, right? And canceled is not someone disagreeing with you. Cancel is when there's thousands of people tweeting about you and calling you bad names. That's happened to me. I've had 5 or 6 big cancels in my life. And what a coincidence that just so happens the guy who's an RT reporter, the guy who, works for a TV network the American government is trying to outlaw. What a coincidence that I just must be so bad, right? I mean, that's totally has nothing to do with me, meeting Vladimir Putin a number of times and, going to Iran and interviewing. I mean, it has nothing to do with, no, I'm just a bad person, clearly. I mean, there's no, it's just, but I've gotten like big cancels 5 times in my life. The largest one by far was when I said, if you're against gay marriage or abortion, I'll work with you. We need class struggles, not culture wars. That's what I said. And that was the response of this transgender member of Congress. I'm going to pull up a news clip about this whole incident because, I mean, this is the left's fault, okay? This is the Democrats' fault. Okay, it is. And I'm sorry, I tried to say what she said about, let's just focus on the culture wars. I don't want to argue with you about trans people, right? And in response to that, I got canceled like you wouldn't believe. I have never been canceled that badly. Humanist Report launched it, and I got thousands of retweets. It was nuts. And that's what I got canceled for saying. But anyway, I'm going to pull up a news story about the whole Nancy Mace thing because I want you all to see this, and I'm going to give you my reaction, which is that, yeah, it's dumb, and it's dumb on a number of levels. The first reason that it's dumb, right, people have pointed out, is that members of Congress have their own bathrooms. If you're a member of Congress, you have an office, and in your office, you have your own private bathroom. So, whether you go in the men's room or the women's room doesn't matter because you're a member of Congress and you can go in your own bathroom. You have your own bathroom. Well, that's the first thing. It's the first reason it's dumb. But, I'm at the point where, I have been canceled by the left so much that, go Nancy. I don't know. I am at the point where even though I do sympathize with trans people, the trans obsession has gotten so over the top that I'm at the point where it's just like, oh, okay, someone's standing up to them, someone's opposing them. Good for them. I mean, I'm going to show you the Fox News piece on it because it's like, yeah, a couple years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, my response to this would have been, can we just focus on economic issues and not culture wars? And for saying that, I had my reputation destroyed. I had huge videos made about me by big YouTube accounts calling me a white supremacist. I was not welcome in many spaces. I went to support the students at New School University who were protesting in support of the cafeteria workers. I was escorted out of the building because it's well known that you're a white nationalist, which I am not, and it was like I had my life destroyed for just saying, let's not focus on culture wars. So the fact that the left has retreated to that after a decade of saying that if you say that, we shouldn't focus on after a decade of cancel culture and you're a bad person if you don't want to focus on trans bathrooms. I mean, it's just stupid and ridiculous. But anyway, okay, I'm having trouble downloading there. I'll try another link. But anyway, let's put on the story here. I just wanted to kind of give you my reaction to this. But you know, we're talking about imperialism. We're talking about, I talked a lot about French imperialism and its rivalry with U.S. imperialism and how basically they don't want Trump. I mean, there's not much more to it than that. They don't want Trump. All right. They don't want Trump because they want to preserve the NATO alliance. So they're helping Biden escalate things to the highest level. And we'll get back to that here in a little bit. But yeah, let's put the bathroom bill piece on, right? So this is the Nancy Mace story, which, yeah. All right, hold on.
All right, a new survey telling us what we kind of already know. The moronic woke terms that the left-wing loons have force-fed us for years, especially our kids in schools and colleges, they're not popular. People don't want to use them. But confirming that House Democrats have learned nothing after getting shellacked in November 5th election, they're going full steam ahead for biological men to use women's restrooms. But Congresswoman Nancy Mace is trying to put a stop to it. She introduced a new resolution requiring members and staffers to use the bathroom that corresponds with his or her biological sex. I can't believe this even has to be a thing. But the move comes as the first trans member of Congress, Sarah McBride, is set to take office.
Bullying a member of Congress. This is what we're doing? This is the lesson that you've drawn from the election in November? This is your priority, that you want to bully a member of Congress as opposed to welcoming her to join this body?
Of course, as always, legacy media helps Democrats frame the issue as the nice people versus the mean people.
Speaker Johnson has said he wants to treat every new member with the words dignity and respect. Forcing this congressperson to go into a male restroom, is that dignity and respect?
Forcing women to share private spaces with men is not dignity and not respect.
And joining me now, South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Congresswoman, great to see you. So as far as dignity and respect go, I'm wondering, Congresswoman, how have you been treated after introducing this resolution?
A very interesting question. So the height of hypocrisy, the height of gaslighting, they're threatening to kill me now because I, as a woman, am standing up to protect other women from men being in our private spaces, our restrooms, bathrooms, locker rooms, changing rooms, you name it. And so now they're threatening to kill me over this. I'm being bullied online. But what they forget is that, Laura, I'm the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina. I will not be bullied into silence. I will not back down. And in fact, I'm going to double down on this. And I'm going to file even more legislation to protect women beyond the Capitol, across every state in the nation. Because the simple question is, do women have rights or not? It's a very simple question.
Now, Rep-elect Sarah McBride responded to your resolution saying this is a blatant attempt from far right-wing extremists to distract from the fact they have no real solutions to what Americans are facing. We should be focused on bringing down the cost of housing, health care, child care, not manufacturing culture wars. Your response?
This is not manufactured. This is a person who's...
And that is where I lose them, right? And I mean, this is, yeah. This is what I would have said 4 or 5 years ago. I would have said, yeah, let's focus on economic issues like bringing down the costs of housing and healthcare, and let's just not argue about this. And that's what I got canceled for. That's what I got my life destroyed for. That's what I lost friends over. People that I was very close to stopped speaking to me. There was a big social media campaign against me on a personal level for saying that. And so now the very same people want to say this. And it's like, even this was like, oh, why can't we just be nice? Yeah, those woke people are not nice, right? They are not nice, right? You disagree with them. You say something to them. They will get you fired from your job. They will destroy your reputation. They'll demand all your friends cut you off. They will, and that's why I just like, no, you did this, left. If they had said this all along, they'd be fine. I would probably agree with them if they had said that from the beginning. If it was okay to say that from the beginning, if from the beginning, the response to the left was, let's not fight about trans bathroom. Let's focus on economic issues. I would still be a leftist, but I'm not allowed to be a leftist because I said that. I said that, and you can't say that. You're a bad person. You're a Nazi. You're a fascist. You're a white supremacist. You're an evil person. You know what I'm saying? So this is what they got. The left created this. The left created this. Do you remember when Jimmy Dore suggested, God forbid, that AOC fight for Medicare for all, that they force a vote for Medicare for all? And they told you that Jimmy Dore was a white supremacist, neo-Nazi fascist. Jimmy Dore's name was trending on Twitter, and I thought, my God, did he murder somebody? Did they discover he was responsible for 9/11? But all it was Jimmy Dore said, hey, AOC, force a vote on Medicare for all when we've got the pandemic and people need health care. Do it. And they went after Jimmy Dore with the sharpest knives you would have ever seen. And it's like they did this. Right? The woke fascists, right? They have made it, you're not allowed to say that. And so they created this. This is their situation. For 8 years, they've been telling us you have to fight about bathrooms. You have to obsess over the trans issue. You're not allowed to be anti-imperialist because Russia is fascist. China is fascist, right? You're not allowed to question mainstream media. You're not allowed to demand AOC force the vote. For 8 years, they've done this, and they lost. And the American people are sick and tired of it. And they're sick and tired of their wages going down. They're sick and tired of the cancel culture. They're sick and tired of marching toward World War III. And so they elected Donald Trump, and they elected a Republican Congress. And now all of a sudden, they care about the cost of health care, and they care about the cost of housing. They didn't care about it before. All they cared about was transgender bathrooms. And if you disagreed with them, they destroyed your life. So, I am just at the point where, it's just like, no, you guys did this. It's like, I'm not thrilled about what Nancy Mace is doing. I mean, it's kind of silly, but at the same time, hey, I'm not going to tell women that they have to have someone with a penis in their bathroom. I'm not going to tell them that, right? I mean, women don't want that, right? They have the right to say no to it. And members of Congress have their own bathroom anyway. So Sarah can just go to her own private bathroom, right? Who cares? And I mean, look, I'm just throwing, I'm not going to go into too much more detail about this, but it's just like, this is all the left's fault. The left did this. The left did this, and now they're crying foul. And it's just like, no, you can't undo this. For 8 years, since Trump was first elected, for the last 8 years, it's been nothing but transgender bathrooms. It's been nothing but white privilege. It's been nothing but Russia is evil, fascist, and Nazi. It's been nothing but blindly support AOC and never demand. It's been nothing but don't talk about economics. That's Nazi. That's racist. That's class reductionist. That's how they've talked for 8 years. And now they want to turn it off. No, it doesn't work that way. You made your bed, folks. Now lie in it, right? This is what RedTube has got us. For those of you who don't know, right? I mean, the reason this channel blew up to begin with is that I am the guy who brought down RedTube, right? I didn't even know what RedTube was, but back in, was it 2020, I think, 2020, 2020, it was earlier than that. It was like 2019, right? Somebody reached out to me and they said, do you want to debate Destiny? I didn't know who Destiny was. I didn't know who he was. But someone said, do you want to debate Destiny? And so then I talked to a few friends. And they're like, Destiny? Oh my God, you want to debate Destiny? And I thought, oh, this is a big deal. And so I debated Destiny Stephen Bennell. I had my small YouTube channel where I talked about communist stuff or whatever. And I wiped the floor with Destiny Stephen Bennell. I completely destroyed him, right? And, I'm tempted to show a clip from that debate here, but I'm not going to. But I completely, let me see. I completely wiped the floor with Destiny. Here, we'll show you one segment from the debate.
people don't blame Haiti for capitalism, but they do blame Venezuela, right? My understanding of Haiti is there are a lot of corruption problems that exist within that government. It's not literally just they tried capitalism and it's ruining the country. But then people do blame Venezuela. Well, that was because Venezuela, like, very specifically started to make socialist pivots in its economy. It started to nationalize more industries. It started to wait. Which part of that do you disagree? Do you disagree that they were expropriating industries? Do you disagree that they tried to hardcore set price control?
Ownership in Venezuela is actually much lower than the rate of state ownership in China. Other than
wait. How is that a response? No. You wouldn't compare the state.
Oil, very little is nationalized, and I've been to Venezuela, and one of the biggest problems they have is that their economy is entirely centered around oil. And when the oil price dropped in 2014, that caused a huge amount of scarcity. They need to have, you know, farms there. They need to have steel manufacturing there, and they don't have it. If they had state-run big steel mills and state-run farms and all of that, they'd be in a much better shape.
Okay. If you want to at a future debate, I would love to come back and talk about Venezuela, because I am positive that your assertions there, that it was just because oil collapsed, that's why that country fell apart, is absolutely not true. And that no person that has been involved.
Is a big problem as well.
No, not corruption, that it was very specifically. Okay, it was very specifically pivots towards trying to socialize or nationalize or expropriate parts of their economy to set incredibly restrictive price controls that caused capital industry to flee that country, that caused some firms to no longer produce goods there or provide goods for its people. This is one of the large reasons why Venezuela. It's not just because oil prices fell a little bit. You don't see other OPEC countries.
An oil-producing country, a huge oil-producing country, bigger oil reserves than Saudi Arabia, than I've heard. The oil prices drop, and at the same time, they suddenly start having big economic problems, but it's unrelated. It's all just because they believe in socialism too much. That's what you're saying? Like, oil price drop of 2014 was dramatic. At that point, you could buy a family meal at Kentucky Fried Chicken that would cost more than a barrel of oil.
The petroleum sector accounts for roughly, sure. So I'm just looking this up. Sure, I'm literally I'm looking this up on the fly because I know you're very incorrect. The petroleum sector accounts for roughly 87% of Saudi's budget reserves, 90% of the export earnings, and 42% of GDP. That's petroleum in Saudi Arabia. And Venezuela, oil is.
Saudi Arabia had big economic problems as well.
Saudi Arabia didn't have pictures of families eating rats off the street because their economy tanked so hard. I don't have people.
You're not allowed to.
From Saudi Arabia,
right? That they're in the country that are guest workers, slaves. Saudi Arabia, you couldn't take a picture like that, and Saudi Arabia has had big economic problems during that time.
Sure. Okay. So look, I'm very curious. I'm just curious.
Nigeria had problems. Oil-producing countries all suffered as a result.
Sure.
Of 2014
they did suffer.
Go ahead and let Destiny. Go ahead and get your point in.
The fact that Venezuela didn't.
Are you going to make the claim that Venezuela suffered just as much as every other OPEC country did when oil prices fell? Is that the claim that you want to make?
No.
So why did
Venezuela also suffers from sanctions from the United States? Venezuela also has big problems with corruption, and they also have the problem that they don't have. You said that the problem was they already had steel manufacturing. They already had big farms. No, the problem is they don't have it. It's a one commodity economy.
Why is that relevant? Why does that matter? You don't need to produce every good that your society consumes.
If your entire economy is centered around oil, right, and you are importing all of your food and products, and then you get sanctions imposed on you, and yes, there are big problems there, and they've manifested themselves, and I think it's interesting, though. Now, you acknowledge, what I think is interesting about your Venezuela narrative is the narrative I normally get from people about Venezuela is that everyone has been poor and starving ever since they had socialism there, and that proves communism always fails. That's not the narrative that you have. You've admitted that there were economic successes there until a certain point. Now, why does the media lie? Why can't they admit what you just said? Why
I don't know. I'm not here to talk as a Fox News correspondent. I'm just curious why you think central planning is effective.
MSNBC or CNN. None of them can admit
MSNBC or CNN
with their socialist economy until roughly about 2014.
Why am I getting real? Let's not
extensively obscures. Why are you saying this and none of them are saying?
I don't think Destiny wants to. I don't think Destiny wants to speak for media companies.
I'm not here to.
I appreciate your honesty because everyone tells me all the time that everyone's been starving ever since they moved towards socialism in Venezuela. You admit that the problems began fairly recently. Thank you.
Thank
you for your honesty. So we can agree anti-communists are liars. We can agree on that. That the anti-communist narrative that's promoted throughout U.S. society is based on deception and falsehood. Thank you for admitting that. I appreciate it.
I don't know if Destiny can
so I haven't
make
admitted
that claim.
Anything.
Why is it necessary to lie, Destiny? Why don't they say what you just said? That would be
I don't think
Destiny can't speak for media companies. Destiny, go ahead and respond.
Because most of the people that were alive in the United States probably either have parents or grandparents that were involved in some crazy dumbass U.S. war against communism and the idea that like all commies are trying to destroy the world and blah 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 blah. And like that is a lie, and it's stupid. It's incredibly stupid. The way that Americans view, if you ask the average American what is socialism, the answer they would probably give you is stealing money from the rich and giving it to the poor.
Yeah, and I mean, there are so many moments like that in the debate. If you go watch it, and I just wiped the floor with this Destiny guy. So then I found out Destiny is part of something called BreadTube, which is this whole internet socialist circuit. So I started debating all of them. I debated Vosh. I debated all of them, and these people would say awful, unforgivable things. They would say that if you support North Korea, you're the same as a Nazi. And then 2 minutes later, they'd go, we love the Black Panthers. And the Black Panthers not only supported North Korea, but they were funded by North Korea. They sent delegations to North Korea. And it's like, if everyone who supports North Korea is an evil fascist, then you can't like the Black Panthers. And it's like, there was just so much of this stupid liberal double thing where they, whatever the latest trendy liberal cause is, they like, and sudden they're using the aesthetic of communism, the hammer and sickle and all of this stuff. But they don't know anything about economics. They don't know anything about the history of the communist movement. And they just, all they know is, be woke and all Republicans are Nazis. And so I started investigating, and then I found out that they were being advised by none other than Dr. Steve Hassan, the cult guru from the 1970s, the kidnapper, who was, kidnapping people, etc. And I exposed that, and I wrote a book called BreadTube Serves Imperialism. And the book sold thousands of copies, and they all lost their minds out of it, and they lost their minds and sold thousands of copies and all of that. And then Gray Zone did some intense investigative journalism and discovered emails and receipts showing that British intelligence was funding them. Abigail Thorne was a paid asset of MI6, of British intelligence, of their foundations, and that George Soros was also funding them. So I just knew about Dr. Steve Hassan. I just knew about the cult guy who was an intelligence asset who was funding them, but they were being funded by all kinds of people, right? And, I'm the guy who exposed and brought down BreadTube. And so that's why I've been widely canceled. That's why they've gone after me, and I continue. And there's a lot I could say, but I am at the point, right, where I don't think the word communism has any value at this point. There is not a single communist party in the United States that is anti-imperialist, right? There's not a single one. The whole essence of what Lenin said when the Bolsheviks formed their movement that became Marxism-Leninism, the whole essence of what they were saying was that imperialism, the rule of the world by big banks and corporations in Western countries that are holding back development and keeping the world poor so they can make themselves rich, that movement, that system must be overthrown, and that we will support anybody around the world who fights them, even the Emir of Afghanistan. And we don't care if the imperialists start claiming to be socialist. Doesn't matter. We're against imperialism, right? That is the essence of what the Bolsheviks said. And there is not a single communist party in America that believes that. Not a single one. And don't tell me there is one, because a certain group that is led by somebody who went to Cuba as a fucking tourist and then tweeted about how it's cringe, they believe in degrowth and never acknowledge the blockade. Don't tell me they're anti-imperialists, right? They are not anti-imperialists. And people that claim that the Cuba is actually a secret colony of Britain, they are not anti-imperialist, okay? Right? And that there's not a single communist group in America that is anti-imperialist. There's not a single one. I just showed you the RCP and how they're hysterical. They got to support Biden, and they're neutral in Ukraine and all of that. And the Party of Socialism and Liberation that has Trump derangement syndrome and is going to be there rioting against Trump on his inauguration day because, God forbid, we have someone in office who doesn't want war with World War III. I'm just telling you, right, that there is not a single communist organization in America that is anti-imperialist. People in America who are attracted to communism are attracted to hammers and sickles, red flags, the aesthetic of dictators, the aesthetic of rebellion. That's all it's about. They don't care about fighting imperialism. They don't. And they have nothing to do with the actual anti-imperialist governments that exist. And the anti-imperialist governments that exist today are not classically communist, right? And that's just a reality, right? Most anti-imperialist governments today are not Marxist-Leninist. The Sandinistas of Nicaragua, they are heavily influenced by communism, but they're Christians, and their slogan is Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. And in Iran, they are not communists at all. They are dogmatically religious Shia Muslims, but they have a rationally organized economy. They come out of an anti-colonial revolution. They have 5-year plans and mostly state-run economy. And that's Iran, right? Ba'athist Arab socialism, African socialism, Bolivarian socialism in Venezuela and other countries. And even the actual Marxist-Leninist countries are not communist in the old way, right? For example, in Cuba, they have a big market sector. In China, huge market sector. Vietnam, they call it a socialist-oriented market economy. North Korea would like to have a big market sector. They can't have one because of the sanctions. And they say that their particular ideology, called the Juche ideology, is superior to Marxism-Leninism. The communist and anti-imperialist countries of the world are not Marxist-Leninist anymore. They're not doing the Stalin-era thing. I admire that Stalin defeated the Nazis, that he raised Russia up into a modern country. He mobilized that country to build and construct, but that's not where the world is at anymore. Socialist countries have a market sector, and they don't have the dogmatic ML ideology. And the people in America who go, I'm a communist, what they're really saying is, I'm mad at my neighbors. I'm mad at my neighbors. My neighbors, I feel alienated from them. I don't like the American flag. I don't like Christianity. And I want everyone to know that I'm different and that I'm angry. And that is not the basis for a real anti-imperialist movement. And this country needs a real anti-imperialist movement desperately. And communists are not going to do it. Communists are not going to do it. And the global anti-imperialist movement is not doing the communist thing anymore. They understand socialist economics. They understand anti-imperialism. They rationally plan their economy in order to have endless growth, but they believe in God, largely. The overwhelming majority of anti-imperialists in the world today believe in God. The overwhelming majority of anti-imperialists in the world today, I'd say all of them, believe in the market having a role for consumer goods, for other things. ML is not where it's at anymore. And in America in particular, ML is a dead brand because communism has been Satan in America for so long, right? It was just, that's what America's whole identity was. We're the country that's against communism. We're the leaders of the free world. And so in America, to become a communist is to become a Satanist. It's to say, I am mad at everybody. I'm against everybody. And that is not what we need, especially when millions of working class Americans are angry at the government, are angry at the low-wage police state, do oppose war and do oppose imperialism. And the anti-imperialist countries that also oppose imperialism are not preaching ML communism anymore, and that you can't be a communist anymore, right? And that the fact that not a single one of the communist groups in America, not a single one of them is anti-imperialist. That tells you right there why there's no point in being. Anti-imperialism is what it's all about. Anti-imperialism and growth. We need economic growth. We need to unleash human creativity and build and construct. I am an optimist. I'm a builder, and I don't want to spread discord and division. I want to bring people together. I want people to be happy. I want to spread light. Jesus, in the Sermon on the Mount, he said, let your light shine before the world. That's what I want to be. And I don't want to be encouraging discord and disagreement. I don't want to be pushing a dialectical, let's struggle and fight with everybody. And I do oppose the system of imperialism that is, grinding countries all over the world into poverty, is leading us to a low-wage police state, leading us toward World War III. And I do stand with Russia and China and Venezuela and North Korea and Iran and Cuba and all the countries that have broken out of imperialism. And those countries aren't doing the classic communism thing. And communists in America don't support those countries and are not anti-imperialist and are more attached to an aesthetic, right? It's about, it's about having an identity, a commodified identity. Go watch Marx for Sale, Peter Coffin's great documentary. We got to just stop being communists. There's no point in being communists anymore when the majority of anti-imperialists in the world are not communists, are not calling themselves that, when the communists in the West are evil and on the wrong side. Look, communism in America is certain people's private property. And that's an ironic statement, isn't it? It's private property, right? Isn't that communists are supposed to abolish private property? But that's what it is. It's private property, right? It's certain people's cash cow. It's a family business for certain losers, who've never built a base among the masses. And, and they want to own the brand of communism. And it's just like, I want to build an actual anti-imperialist movement, and trying to fight over who owns the brand of communism is a waste of my goddamn time. And it's a waste of your goddamn time. We have to build an anti-imperialist movement in this country. And we're not going to build that movement if we're trying to be communists, because communists are not doing that. Communists, if you actually get anything done, communists hate you. That's you want to be hated by American communists? Actually get something done for a cause they believe in, right? Because, most communists in America are not anti-imperialist. There's a small minority of them that are kind of anti-imperialist, and they're worse. They're the worst, because with them, they're kind of anti-imperialist, but they're very desperate to have their brand be correct. And so, the bulk of American communists, if we had a successful rally today, let's just say CPI, we had a very successful rally to stop sending money to Ukraine, hands off Russia. Most American communists would want nothing to do with it because they support Ukraine. They hate Russia. They follow mainstream media. Right? They just wear a hammer sickle shirt, and they pose for themselves with pictures of Lenin, and they don't care. But who would hate us if we had a successful rally to oppose sending weapons to Ukraine? The communists who think they support Russia. They would hate us because they did it, not us. And that's their attitude. They're bullshit competitors. They're idiots, right? And they don't want to stop the war. They want to be the kings of an obscure brand. I don't want to be the king of an obscure brand. You can have it. You can have this obscure brand. You and the Trotskyites and the anarcho-syndicalists and the neo-Maoists and all of that, you can all fight over who's the real communist. I don't give a shit who's the real communist anymore. I really don't. I give a shit about building a movement to stop World War III and building a movement to oppose imperialism. That's what I give a shit about. And if we continue to sit there and fight over who's the real communists, right? We're going to lose our minds. And among communists, we're talking less than 300 people that are even anti-imperialist, even though that's a central aspect of Leninism. And there's 300 of them in America total that have ever shown up for any in real life event. And among those 300 people, they are the most competitive, boneheaded, and they want us to be wrong, right? They don't want us to be right. If we did something good to oppose World War III, they would make them angry. They would hate us even more. Every time we did anything good, I'm just telling you, this is a fact, right? Certain people, not naming names, anytime we accomplished anything, all right, and we would invite them to join our events, and the whole time they'd be sitting there with jealous looks on their faces. How can we redo this so we're the bosses of it? That's what they were thinking the whole time, right? How can we redo this and lock out CPI so that we can be the big stars? That's all they were thinking about. And they have no vision of their own. They just do whatever we do. Whatever we do, they have no vision of how to actually build a movement and all that. They're just trying to build social media channels. And so then they would notice what we would do, and then they would think, how can we do it and not include CPI? Well, fuck them, really. We got to stop being communists, because communism is a dead brand in America. It's a dead brand internationally. We've got to be anti-imperialist, and we got to be pro-growth. And that the reason, let's just be real, that communism in the 20th century accomplished a lot of things, raising Russia and China out of poverty, defeating the Nazis, etc. But it was always tainted with that leftism, right? That French revolutionary guillotine, red flags, dun, 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 dun. It was always tainted with that. And that stuff is satanic. The left has a satanic edge. The left is destructive. The left is the spirit of rebellion. The left is the spirit of discord and fomenting unrest and getting people to fight with each other. The dialectical philosophy that says we just got to fight and increase division and tension in this world. And that's not where we're at. I want to be a builder, not a destroyer. I want to bring people together. I want reconciliation and unity among people. I don't want division. And that's why you just can't do the communism thing anymore. You just can't do it, right? Certain people own it and want it to be their private property, and they're awful. It's tainted by, look, the hammer and sickle, you know, it was a great symbol for the Soviet Union, but in America at this time, not good, right? And that whole left aesthetic is very tainted, and it serves the imperialists. Leftism originated out of the struggle to bring down feudalism, and it was the bourgeoisie, the capitalists, mobilized rebellion to bring down feudalism. And communism kind of attached itself to that because it was like trying to take the capitalist revolutions even further. But then over the course of the Cold War, the imperialists realized that that aesthetic of rebellion, etc., was much more useful to them. And that's what the basis of the color revolution apparatus. In the 1950s, the CIA started recruiting Trotskyites, the Congress for Cultural Freedom program, and the leftist aesthetic became the property of imperialism. Whereas anti-imperialist countries today, they believe in economic growth. Absolutely, they believe in economic growth. They believe in a planned economy. They oppose imperialism, but they're not, you know, they're not cutting people's heads off. And they're not, you know, they're not telling kids to rise up and overthrow their parents. The Cultural Revolution in China was a disaster. And the world is in a different place. And if you want to be anti-imperialist in our time, you can't do the communism thing. And that's what I believe. And, you know, I did write this book to the Marxists, right? You know, if you're a Marxist, if you're from the Marxist background and you want to know my thinking, you can read this. But honestly, it's not even that important. We're not even putting this on the CPI website because most of the people who come to our website, hopefully, are not Marxists and are not interested in who's the real Marxist, right? I am not interested in being the real Marxist anymore because I'm not. I don't believe in dialectical materialism. I don't believe in spreading discord. I don't hold on to the left aesthetic. I think markets are necessary for goods and services and consumer goods and etc. And I'm just not, you know, if you want to be an anti-imperialist in our time, you got to break with communism. Communism in the past, right? It certainly was, you know, the main thrust of anti-imperialism. And that's not the case anymore. And the Soviet Union fell for a reason, and they've corrected a lot of things. And that, you know, obviously the fall of the Soviet Union was a great tragedy, and it led to a lot of devastation in Russia, but it didn't come out of nowhere. There were big problems with the Soviet style of doing things. And most anti-imperialist countries, all anti-imperialist countries really have changed the way they operate. So, you know, that's my thinking on all of that. Look, we've got to stop the march toward World War III, right? And I used tonight's stream to talk about a lot of different things, and we're about 2.5 hours into it now. So we do have a number of super chats that have come in, which I do appreciate. And I see that there's one Rumble rant that has come in, and I appreciate that as well. So why don't we do the roll call, and then I will start answering your questions. So names and locations. I will call you all out as I see you. Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations. Who's with us? Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Who's with us? Names and locations. Lawrence Johnson in Chicago. Ryan in Kansas City. Bob in Troy, New York. New Mexico. Riverside, California. Midwest Gavin. Fred from Alameda. Brutus Lee in Montreal. Rice from Adelaide, Australia. David in San Jose, Chris in Kew Gardens, Queens, Scott in Maryland, Toronto, Bendigo, Australia. David Fox is with us. Patch in Arizona, Anthony in Detroit, Audrey in London, England, Auckland, New Zealand, Sherry in Cape May, Cameron in New Hampshire, Brendan in New Jersey, Oregon, Zach McGuire, U.S., Devin of West Virginia, April and Chris in Salt Lake City, the Kingdom of Rains when royalty I don't know what that means. All right. In Scablands, Washington. Balthazar in Oakland. Alex in Brazil. Glenn in Benson, North Carolina. Welcome, Glenn. David Rennie in Hamilton, Ontario. Alan Rice in South Korea. Ian in the Yukon. Remo in Texas. St. David's, Bermuda. Toey in Sweden. Gonzalo in Argentina. Singapore, Luca. Valen in South Carolina. Maddie in California. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Names and locations, folks. Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Dan in the LA area, our new morning message arranger guy. He's doing great work. I announced that earlier. Send morning messages. Georgia, you always skip me. No, I don't. Remo, you always skip me. Megan in Kansas City, Missouri. Welcome, Megan. Good to have you. Good to have you with us. In Nova Scotia, Arthur Davis. Venice Beach, California. Welcome, welcome, welcome in Venice Beach, California. Kentucky, Deborah. Welcome, Deborah from Kentucky. Names and locations, names and locations. I will call you out. Any more names and locations? Brendan in the upstairs bedroom on the left. Bum, bum, bum. All right. Anybody else? Names and locations, names and locations. Oh, we got Houston, Texas, India, Ajit Desai in India. All right. Brooklyn, Phil, are you home? Are you still in the hospital? All right. Shout out to Phil. So glad that Phil is here. All right. Patrick in Maine. All righty. Anybody else? Names and locations. All right. Well, it's been a great night tonight. So we're going to start answering people's super chat questions. But now, I do want to say a couple things first, which is the first thing is join the Center for Political Innovation, right? Join our group, right? Right now, we are accepting members once again. You can join on our website, and now is the time to join. We need you to start becoming a dues-paying member, and there's a lot of people who join, and that's all they do, and that's fine. If you just want to be a donor, that's fine. But we also have Zoom membership meetings every Saturday. You're welcome to attend. It's optional. We have activities throughout the country. We're mobilizing for the inauguration. So I would encourage you to join CPI. Now Chester in England, Tony in Tasmania, Gus Wynn. But now is the time to rejoin the organization. Phil is not in the hospital anymore, but send lots of prayers, and we will. We are your community, Phil, and we appreciate you. And we will do that. But now is the time to join. And on Friday, which is Black Friday, the Friday after Thanksgiving, we're going to have an 8-hour all-day mega stream on this channel. It's going to be very exciting. Very, very exciting. And we need people to be prepared to come on and share. We're going to play some party games. It's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a great fun day. But we do need people to come on, and it'll be our membership drive, our 8-hour membership drive on Black Friday. So that's happening. So be here on Black Friday, join CPI. And then the other thing is we just wrote this letter to Trump, and this letter is doing amazingly. I will check where we're at with this letter, right? This letter has been promoted by a number of big names on social media, and it's doing pretty darn well. It's at this point, the letter has been shared 156 times, and it's been viewed 59,000 times. But is that enough? No, it's not enough, because this letter is the anti-imperialist message. It's a letter to Donald Trump, and it's an anti-imperialist message. And if you haven't seen it, this is the letter we wrote to Donald Trump, and the beautiful video of it was made by Peter Coffin. I'm just going to show it here, and then I'm going to make a special ask, and then I'll start answering people's questions.
Official CNN projects that Donald Trump has been elected president.
Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, which means he is the winner of this race and will return to the White House.
A sweeping and stunning victory, unlike any in our history.
Donald Trump has won the presidency for a second time. Donald Trump, a convicted felon who survived 2 assassination attempts, making a remarkable comeback to become the next president of the United States.
He's so evil. Nazi, break out the boat.
It was a terrible night.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Dear President Donald Trump, we've all spent the last year being told Donald Trump can never win again.
But as we went and spoke with regular voters,
that's never been what they seem to think.
As we predicted, you won.
Because the system that dominates the world, the system these people live in, is in complete crisis.
Imperialism, the old order of the world ruled by big banks and monopolies, is becoming more unstable by the day.
It is relentlessly driving working families' living standards down
and pushing us towards new wars.
Americans voted for you because you promised peace.
You promised peace.
You promised peace.
They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars.
Americans voted for you because you promised swift government action to improve their lives.
Together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. Success is going to bring us together.
Americans voted for you because you promised to protect our freedoms.
We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
Americans voted for you because you promised to stand up to the rich and powerful.
You promised to stand up to the rich and powerful.
To the rich and the greedy.
You promised to stand up to the rich and powerful.
And put the people's needs first.
And put our needs first.
I want you to imagine how much better our future can be if we declare independence from the elites who led us from one financial and foreign policy disaster to another.
While many exclusively focus on the negative realities of a political campaign, we remember your Quantum Leap speech, where you rolled out some extraordinary ideas for completely rebuilding this country.
Past generations of Americans pursued big dreams and daring projects that once seemed absolutely impossible. They transformed American life with the interstate highway system. Magnificent it was. And they launched a vast network of satellites into orbit all around the Earth. But today, our country has lost its boldness. Under my leadership, we will get it back in a very big way. Our objective will be a quantum leap in the American standard of living.
We're writing this letter to let you know who we are.
We are the Center for Political Innovation.
The Center for Political Innovation.
The Center for Political Innovation.
We are the Center for Political Innovation.
The Center for Political
We
Innovation.
are the Center for Political
The
Innovation.
Center for Political
The
Innovation.
Center for Political Innovation.
We are the Center for Political Innovation.
We're innovationist
And anti-imperialist.
We are patriotic Americans
who want to see the power of Wall Street and London defeated.
And a whole new America rebuilt on new foundations.
We exposed Kamala Harris and how dangerous she was back in 2020 with a book called Kamala Harris and the Future of America.
The book was on sale for 4 years without incident.
Then the very day she became the nominee, on July 22nd, Amazon banned our book without explanation.
They did not want people to hear the truth about her awful record. They did not want people to see how she was tied to the regime change apparatus and how she had been carefully groomed by the malevolent forces that ran the Hillary Clinton State Department.
Amazon banned our book for 7 days. Banning our book backfired. Many thousands of copies sold from July to November as people hungered for the truth about the woman we called the most dangerous presidential candidate in history.
We are proud to have spread truth about Kamala Harris and who she really is.
In the final month before the election, we were on the streets of New York City with a huge banner that said, "Only peace can make America great again."
We highlighted what we consider to be your greatest moment in your first term as president when you offered a hand of friendship to North Korea.
Our organization gives voice to what the overwhelming majority of Americans want.
Jobs, schools, economic development, and, most of all, an end to all the wars.
While many of your biggest supporters are tied to Israel, as a matter of basic human morality, you must stop the slaughter in Gaza.
As the president, you will have the power to cut off the money. The $18 million of our tax money that goes into Israel every day is $18 million too much.
You have the power to stand up to Netanyahu and the Israel lobby.
And the overwhelming majority of your supporters will back you in doing so.
You can end the war in Ukraine as well, as you have promised to do.
Russia is ready to sit down with you and make a deal.
You can lift the sanctions that are devaluing the US dollar.
You can cut off the billions of dollars in tax money that has been dumped into death and destruction.
There's an explosion of economic growth happening in Eurasia right now.
China's Belt and Road Initiative, Russia's Eurasian Economic Union, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and BRICS
are all full of new wealth being generated as people rise out of poverty with electrification, railway, and new living conditions.
America can get in on the action, and you can create a legacy of growth and prosperity by pushing to make it happen.
That money and technological progress doesn't need to be for everyone but us.
A share can come to our communities across the heartland and south that have been devastated by the globalist monopolies.
America can join the new world of growth and optimism and leave behind the dying world of globalist bankers.
A big step toward making that happen would be fulfilling the vision first put forward by one of Abraham Lincoln's advisors.
Build the Peace Bridge, connecting Alaska to the Russian Far East. Building that bridge over the Bering Strait would create millions of jobs and connect the United States to the wave of economic expansion happening in that region.
You also have the power to step in and protect Americans from the deep state.
You can make Facebook, YouTube, and other social media outlets stop censoring Americans who speak up.
You can free Ross Ulbricht. You can free Leonard Peltier.
We have paid particular attention to the Uhuru Three, Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, and Omali Yeshitela.
Tucker Carlson highlighted their case in his program.
As part of the liberal Russia, Russia, Russia hysteria, they got charged with being foreign agents for their work building economic development among black people in Florida and Missouri.
You can pardon them for the absurd conspiracy conviction they received after being acquitted of the primary charge of being Russian agents.
You can repeal the absurd Foreign Agents Registration Act, a vaguely worded law
used to prosecute those who want to change U.S. foreign policy or do business overseas.
We know you can't do this alone. If you do, as you have promised, and clash with the deep state and the big monopolies,
you'll soon realize that there is one ally you desperately need: the American people.
The bulk of the population, those who voted for you because they just can't take it anymore, need to be pushed into action.
The American people are like a sleeping lion that can awaken and roar louder than ever when the time is right.
The country needs a mass movement. It's happened before, and it will happen again.
We defeated the British Empire. We smashed the slavocracy of plantation owners. We built the labor unions and won women the right to vote. We ended the Vietnam War, and we destroyed legal segregation.
The changes that the overwhelming majority of the American people want will not come about as a result of some savior in the White House.
No matter how adept of a political leader you might be.
The masses of people in their millions are the makers of history.
And it will take an upsurge of democratic participation to bring about what this country really needs.
A government of action.
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 To fight for working families.
You are in a very important position as arguably the most powerful person in the world right now.
President of the United States.
We urge you to stop the emerging low-wage police state. We urge you to stop the march towards World War III.
We urge you to help energize and mobilize a population to assert their will over the greed of the rich and powerful.
We're building a movement of anti-imperialists here in America.
People who love their neighborhoods, cities, and communities and see that protecting them is more urgent now than ever.
We consistently look to the future optimistically and see many promising possibilities in your re-election.
However, as with all politicians, especially presidents, we cannot and will not offer blind support.
Our goals are peace and prosperity for all, and we won't hesitate to criticize you if you stand in the way.
Millions and millions of working families are counting on you, Donald.
Not just here in the U.S., but around the world.
Find the strength within yourself and your relationship with God to be the hero the world desperately needs.
It may not be your first instinct, and it may even fly in the face of much of what you've said, believed, and even promised.
But it is a surefire way to find your name imprinted in the history books for centuries.
We train our members to understand the world and how it works. More importantly, how to change things.
You will hear a lot from us in the next 4 years.
And if and when you stand up to the forces of darkness and empire, we will always have your back. See you at the inauguration.
So what we need from you, right, is we need you to get this video everywhere, right? We need this video to be seen by thousands and thousands of people. So what I need you to do is I need you to, if you haven't retweeted it already, you can start by doing that. Please share on Twitter, but send the video to your relatives, to your coworkers, to your family members. You have to get it everywhere, right? We need this to go everywhere. You need to send this if there's anyone in your family who voted for Trump, you need to send it to them. If there's somebody in your family who's kind of anti-war or whatever, you need to send it to them. And there's multiple places you can share it. Now, Twitter is where it's doing the best, because on Twitter, that's where a lot of big accounts have promoted it. People like Scott Ritter, Kim Iverson, George Galloway, and others. That's where it's been widely shared. But another thing that you can do is you can send people the link that has the video embedded, but is also the text, and it's on the CPI website, right? And you can do that if you want the text of the letter with hyperlinks to all the stuff we're talking about. You can do it this way, right? You can share the text, and so you can send the text. That's another way you can share it, right? And you can send it to your relatives, send it to your friends, tell them to watch the video, tell them to read it if they don't want to watch the video, etc. It's another way you can do it. Another thing that you can do is, if you want, you can just send the video. The YouTube version of the video, and that's another way that you can do stuff. Right? And you can send the video. You can just send the video from the YouTube channel of CPI. That's another way you can do it. You can send the video. But we need this to be seen by as many people as possible. That's what we need urgently. We need people to see this video. That's what we need. We need this video to be seen by as many people as possible. So I would urge you to send this to as many people as you can. Think about relatives, think about coworkers, think about classmates. Just send them the video. We really need you to do that. It is urgently needs to be done, because our movement is so important, and our movement is in the process of doing a lot of exciting things now. And I'm going to give you all kind of an organizational rundown while we're here, right? I did that on last night's stream. I'll do it very quickly tonight, because I know we want to start answering people's questions. I do appreciate the questions that have come in. They are good questions. The next big thing we are doing, right? The main thing we're doing right now is we're pushing that letter video everywhere, right? Because that really just tells you what we're all about. It's aimed at the masses. It's aimed at Trump supporters. We're trying to build an anti-imperialist movement. So that's the first big thing that we're doing. After that, Friday, we are having the membership drive. We need everyone who considers themselves part of this community, everyone who regularly watches these streams and all that. We need to just become a member of CPI. $15 a month. It's not going to kill you. It's affordable, and we need to have dues paying members in order to fund our activities, etc. So we're having our membership drive on Black Friday. November 29th, this Friday. It's going to be an 8-hour stream. I look forward to seeing all of you there. Peter Coffin's going to be here. All kinds of people. CPI Chicago is having like a meetup, and they'll be zooming in from it. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be great. The next big thing that I'm doing, apparently, is I'm headed to DC for Scott Ritter's event. And I saw there was a super chat about that. And I actually just messaged Scott about that. And I said, see you in DC December 7th. And he said, yes. So, it looks like I'm doing that. I don't exactly know how that works, if CPI will be able to endorse or whatnot, but, I can go to DC. It's a Saturday, hey, I can take a bus. It's done. So I like Scott. Scott's my friend. And I just saw him in DC at the Uhuru rally. And so, that's happening. I am headed to the Uhuru trial, the Uhuru hearing, the sentencing for the Uhuru movement. I'm headed to that. Look, I just want to say this, right? For all the people who are just so convinced that CPI, oh, we're not real. We're not real like our favorite influencer who's based. You don't know what real means. Why have they done nothing for the Uhuru movement? Nothing. You know who I'm talking about. Certain people that claim to be anti-imperialist, that claim to support Russia and Ukraine, they are about to throw 3 anti-imperialist African internationalists in prison for supporting Russia and Ukraine. And these idiots who are constantly attacking me on social media and posting disgusting, personal, irrelevant bullshit about me and constantly running down CPI, anything we do, they attack us, they insult us. Anytime they do something, they then run to our members and go, oh, look, we did this. They're just such annoying, obnoxious, evil motherfuckers, right? They have done nothing for the Uhuru movement. Meanwhile, we have been there for them from day one. We have been there for them from day one. And we've been acknowledged. The Uhuru movement has thanked us for being there for them. Rainer Shea just wrote an article. When the left abandoned Uhuru, we were there for them. But that means nothing to these people. It doesn't occur to them that a group of black communists having their homes raided by the FBI and possibly going to prison for 15 years for opposing the war in Ukraine, you might need to do something about it. It doesn't matter to them. And that's why they don't matter. Okay. And I just want you to understand that, right? Some people just don't understand why building a real movement to get real shit done matters, right? And so these people that are, writing stuff online and being all, hoity-toity and complaining, it's like, you do realize they're trying to throw a group of black communists in prison and you haven't done shit about it. But I guess you're based. Oh, look, I got a bunch of retweets. I'm based. Fuck you, right? And it's like they don't even aspire to do what we're doing. They don't understand why what we're doing is important. They don't even get it, right? It doesn't occur to them that we should actually build a movement, anything. They're just doing internet fandoms. And they don't know what they're doing. And we're not doing our own version of what they're doing. We are doing something completely different. And then again, that's why we're not communists. Because if we're communists, then we're doing our own version of what they're doing. No, we're not. We're doing something completely different. We're trying to oppose imperialism. We're trying to oppose the march toward World War III. We're standing in solidarity with people who are under attack. That's what we're doing. Okay? And they are not doing that. And they don't even want to do that. They don't understand why that would be important. Right? They've even criticized us in tweets and said, why is that worth doing? Oh, so I'm just trying to get you to understand what we're doing here is very, very important. And these other folks, it doesn't even occur to them that you might need to stand with the Uhuru movement. It doesn't even occur to them that we could actually get anything done. If you look at the list of things that CPI has done, at the back of this book, I have a timeline of all of our activities from 2023 and 2024. They don't have a timeline. Right? It doesn't even occur to them that you could actually build a real movement. They're just on the internet talking shit. Okay. And I'm trying to build this, and like this video that we just did, this is really important. Right. And we pulled our organization together. We made it. Anyway, so I'm headed down to Florida to support the Uhuru movement. So then we are mobilizing for the inauguration. January 20th is going to be a really important day in American history. Folks, you remember what happened last time Trump got inaugurated. It was crazy. And a lot of Trump supporters are coming to D.C. to support Trump. And also the evil people, the Party of Socialism and Liberation has the permits. The Cancer from Answer is mobilizing against it. And all the anarchids and all the smelly, awful people, they'll be there being awful and smelly. We got to be there and support Trump and support Trump's supporters and spread anti-imperialism. It's really important that we do that. And so we have our big banner of Trump and Kim shaking hands, and we are getting a whole new banner of the Peace Bridge, right? I've talked about the Peace Bridge. This is not what the new banner will look like. This is just a graphic I made of the Peace Bridge, but we're going to get a very fancy banner of the Peace Bridge made, and we're going to be highlighting the Peace Bridge, and we are definitely having an event that night, right? At first, we weren't sure if we were going to have an event that night, but now things are lining up. They are lining up. We're having an event that night in DC. We're going to have a CPI event in DC that night. Everything is lining up for us to do that. So because of that, we're mobilizing. We need our people to come to DC, and we need to be there in the streets to support Trump on Inauguration Day and to spread anti-imperialism. And we have a variety of different plans. One thing we would like to do is we would like to print a new pamphlet for Trump supporters, that is aimed at Trump supporters promoting anti-imperialism. So we need to obviously pay for that. That's going to cost money. So we're going to have to fundraise. That's what membership dues will go to pay for things like that, and reserving the hotel and getting the banners and all of that. So we got that. On top of that, we think that it would be strategic to get an ad, a full-page ad in the Washington Times to print that letter to Trump, the full text of it, as well as, information about CPI, to kind of put ourselves on the map among the anti-imperialist movement that's arising to support Tulsi Gabbard, to support RFK, to support Matt Gaetz, who I guess is going to be a special counsel, right? Matt Gaetz is not going to be the attorney general, but today it's been announced he's going to be a special counsel to investigate the FBI. Good for him. So, we need to build, an anti-imperialist faction, and we need to build our movement. So we're having an event January 20th in Washington, D.C. That's our kind of plan of action for November, December, and January. January 20th, we're in D.C. It's a Monday. We'll be at the inauguration doing outreach with our banners, and then we that night are going to have an event, a CPI rally in D.C. And I'm reserving the space, and it's going to happen. So I'm very excited about that. That's what we're doing as an organization at the moment. Now, there are some other side projects that are in the works. There are some books that are being published, and there's a lot going on. But that's basically where we're at as an organization. So please share our letter and please join. We do need people to start paying dues, right? It's time to become a dues-paying member of CPI. For a while, we were existing informally. We couldn't collect dues. But now is the time to become a dues-paying member. Please sign up and be a dues-paying member. And then you get invited to all our weekend, our Saturday meetings, and you'll get updated. And, we've got innovation circles in Chicago. We're going to have an LA meetup in December. People in the Los Angeles area should join, because Dan is organizing in early December. They're going to have the first Los Angeles meetup of the Los Angeles Innovation Circle. Like, things are happening. We're doing shit. We're getting shit done. And anti-imperialism is urgently needed, and we're doing it. We're doing it. So join CPI. All right. So now I'm going to start answering people's questions. So if you have any more questions, send them in. We got 11 super chats and we got 1 Rumble rant. The first Rumble rant is from Fernand 2. And he says, what's your thoughts or comments about Vladimir Zhirinovsky and the Liberal Democratic Party of Russia? Well, I will show you a short clip of film, right? Because I actually met their candidate, right? I actually met Leonid Slutsky, who was their candidate in the last election. So I will Yeah. Zhirinovsky is dead. He was the founder of the Liberal Democratic Party, but I did get to meet their candidate, Leonid Slutsky, who was their candidate in the more recent Russian presidential election. Here we go. All right. I'll just put that short clip of film on there. This is me when I was in Russia as an elections monitor. I was at the polling station where he was voting, and he was the candidate for the Liberal Democratic Party.
Where are you from in the United States?
I'm from New York City, originally from Ohio.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really an honor to meet you.
Fantastic.
Yes, happy to be
Your
here.
English is perfect.
Oh, well,
and this is?
Yes.
This is fantastic.
Okay.
Yes.
I already know it most. My family from Italy. We met in a meeting 3, 4 years ago.
Molto importante, manteca e capuletti.
Manteca e capuletti.
All right. So if you're wondering, what just happened there? That was weird. All right. Sorry about that. If you're wondering about the Liberal Democratic Party, so after the fall of the Soviet Union, Yeltsin was the favored candidate of U.S. imperialism. And he engaged in the economic demolition of Russia, etc. And the Communist Party, which was led by Gennady Zyuganov, who I've also met, was the main opposition party to that. But the Communist Party, they were kind of tainted by, they were the old stodgy communists. They were the party of old people. All right, the party of pensioners, the party of elderly folks. They were the party of the old Soviet bureaucracy. And a lot of young people didn't vote for them, because they saw them as the party of what's always been. And they probably won the 1996 elections, but the USA did everything it could to make sure Boris Yeltsin was reelected. There's another political party that was like the conservative opposition to Yeltsin. And they were called the Liberal Democratic Party. And they got their name from the Japanese Liberal Democratic Party. So in Japan, the party of Shinzo Abe is called the Liberal Democratic Party. And, among Shinzo Abe's supporters, there's kind of an admiration for, Japanese militarism and the samurai culture and all of that. And it's kind of a nod to Shinzo Abe. And the Liberal Democratic Party is the more authoritarian, nationalist party that was in opposition to Yeltsin. And they're still around, and the Liberal Democratic Party, Russia technically has the death penalty, but they don't use it. They have frozen it, right? They don't use it. It's technically legal, but their courts have frozen it, so they can't use it. There's an indefinite moratorium on the death penalty. However, Zhirinovsky, his position was to bring back the death penalty. Zhirinovsky was also quite anti-Islamic, right? Which is interesting because Putin is loved by Muslims, right? In fact, Putin got higher votes in the Muslim areas than in the Christian areas. And Russia has more Muslims than any other non-Muslim country, right? If you go to Chechnya, you go to a lot of the regions of the Russian Federation. A lot of them are very Muslim. Muslims love Putin because Putin has respected their autonomy, because Putin has economically developed their regions, etc. But Zhirinovsky, he is of the feeling that Russia is a Christian nation, and he's very much of the feeling that they're Orthodox. And Zhirinovsky's feeling is that the Soviet Union was a conspiracy, right, against Russia. He's a Russian nationalist. He admires like the legacy of the czars. I mean, he's a conservative. He's a traditionalist conservative, but he's anti-imperialist, right? And he's part of the Putin coalition. I mean, in the Russian presidential elections, Putin is just kind of the face of Russia at this point. He's the guy who presided over their economic restructuring, saved them from the disaster that followed the USSR. He's, kind of built Russia into what it is today. But there are other political parties. And there are two main other political parties. Putin's party is called United Russia, but he quit the United Russia party because he said he wants to be above political parties. He wants to just be the leader of the country, which is very admirable. So the United Russia party is the party that Putin created, right? So then there's the Communist Party, and the Communist Party is very much the party that wants social welfare programs, basically. They're anti-imperialist, and they're very massive, and there are many different opinions. There are some people in the Communist Party of Russia that are social democrats, that are not communists, but social democrats. There are anarchists in the Communist Party. There are straight-up Marxist-Leninists. The leader, Zhuganov, has converted to Christianity. He's an Orthodox Christian. He gives a Christmas Eve sermon every year about why Christian faith is part of the Russian tradition and stuff like that. That's Zhuganov. And then the Liberal Democratic Party, they are the more conservative party. And the Communist Party runs on a platform of increase the social programs. And the Liberal Democratic Party runs on a platform of increase the power of the military and like authoritarianism. And they represent, there are a lot. Putin's coalition is very big, right? There's a lot of people who support Putin against U.S. imperialism, support what he's done to rebuild Russia, and they don't all agree with each other. And some of them have more Soviet nostalgia. Some of them want more of a welfare state and appreciate Putin's efforts to, increase social spending. Some of them appreciate Putin as a nationalist leader and all of that. And those different parties represent different aspects of kind of the Putin coalition. So I hope that answers your question. So there you go. All right. So that was that. And so now I'm going to do super chats. The French government or the French people or both? The French government is an imperialist state, right? And France is an imperialist country that, it's a country that is, home to big monopolies that extract super profits from the developing world. And that they're, the French population, there's a lot of people in France that have come from parts of Africa that are colonized, parts of, North Africa. Many North African countries were colonized by the French, Tunisia, Algeria. France is a very diverse place, but yes, it is an imperialist country. It's the home of imperialist monopolies. There's a bit of a rivalry at times with U.S. imperialism, but right now it's pretty solidly lined up with U.S. imperialism in its efforts to attack Russia and provoke a confrontation with Russia. There you go. Have you seen the For All Mankind? It's about an alternate world where the Soviet Union reaches the moon first. I haven't seen that. No. And I might find the thing to be entertaining. I could look into it. But overall, I do try to avoid alternate history. People have asked me on these streams, well, Caleb, what would have happened if the Soviet Union hadn't fallen? The Soviet Union fell for a reason. And it's like the butterfly effect, right? It's for the Soviet Union to have not have fallen. So many things would have had to be different that we're talking a completely different reality at that point, right? And that's one thing that I urge you to not do. A lot of people get caught up in, if only I had done blank in my life. Well, you didn't do blank. And it's not random. Very few things in this world are random, all right? Everything happens for a reason. Right. And I'm not saying that to tell you don't even have to believe it's all part of a divine plan. But like the Soviet Union falling happened for a number of very big reasons. Something big like the Soviet Union falling doesn't just happen randomly. So if you want me to imagine an alternate history where the Soviet Union didn't fall, you're trying to get me to imagine a world where so much is different. We're talking about a different world. And people say, well, Caleb, what if you'd been born in this country? Well, if I'd been born in this country, I would have had different parents. I would have grown up speaking a different language. I would have gone to a different school. I would have had a different personality, right? You can't say, well, Caleb, You know, you can't transport me. Oh, well, Caleb, your life would be exactly the same except you're in this other country. No, it doesn't work that way. You have to really be careful of all of that. Everything in your life and everything in history is tied up with everything else in a whole bunch of ways. Okay? And that's why alternate history doesn't really work. You can't really do it because there's so many other things that have to change, and that a lot of people get stuck in alternate history. Or if only I'd been born in this time. Well, if you'd been born in that time, a lot of things in your life would have been different. The way you see yourself, the act. I mean, no. If only I'd been born in that time. No, that's not how it works. You can't do that because everything would have been different. And that's what a lot of people don't get. And that there's a lot of, they call them brain worms. I hate to use that because of RFK and all that, but it's like things you get stuck on that are just like loops. They're like loops in thinking that there's no answer. What if I had been born in this time? Well, there's no answer to that question, because for you to have been born in this other time, your entire personality would be different. You would have had different parents. You would have been born in you'd be a totally different person. So you don't know what that would have been like, right? It's not like you would have been you just in a different time. No, that's not how it works, right? Or people say, what's another one? Well, or they make plans that are not realistic. They have no. This is a huge pet peeve of mine, right? When people make plans, they have absolutely no realistic vision for putting into practice. I do not understand that. Why? What's the point? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Right? I mean, if I'm making a plan, it's because I want to put it into practice. And if in the process of making the plan, I realize I can't put it into practice, I abandon the plan, right? I don't sit here and go, what if I became an Olympic skier? I don't do that. And a lot of people do that, and I do not understand it. You're free to think whatever you want. You're free to believe whatever you want. But when people sit there and they make plans that are in no way realistic, and they know they're in no way realistic, but they're just kind of like daydreaming, I don't get it. I really don't. You're free to do that if you want, but I find that to be pointless, and I feel like that leads to depression. Because you're sitting there, you're not thinking about realistic plans to change your life. You're thinking about things that you're not going to do, and so it just makes you more disappointed with how your life is. And I really urge people not to do that. It's hard to make a realistic plan and put it into practice. It's very hard to do, but that is the nature of humanity. Look, this video is a great example. What did we do? Right? We had a plan. We made a plan. Peter Coffin and myself, we made a plan to make this video. So what did we do? We then found members of CPI. And members of CPI stepped up to the plate, and thank you to all of them. And they recorded the video. And then Peter Coffin edited the video. And then the video was published. We made a plan and we put it into action. That's success. That's what being a successful person means. You have the idea. You think, how can I do this with what I've got, with what I have? What can I realistically do? And then you go out and do it, and you learn from it about things that went wrong, things that could have gone more smoothly, etc. You learn from what you did, and you do better next time, right? And you improve on it, and you gradually you expand your abilities. You say, I did this. Let's take it to another level. Let's try something even more ambitious, right? Now, this is the process of life, right? You think, oh, I could get this job. Well, maybe I could get this even better job. And, you go to the interview. I mean, it's like, this is what being a human is like, existing in this world. You're constantly learning what your abilities are. You're constantly testing your abilities. You're constantly figuring out, what am I capable of doing? What am I not capable of doing? What pushes me too far? And you're constantly challenging yourself, right? And saying, okay, I did this. I bet I could go even further. I could do this, right? This is the essence of what it means to be a human. And that there is an intellectual problem that a lot of people develop where they get stuck in the planning phase, where they just start making plans that are not realistic and they don't put them into practice. And that is something, and it frustrates me when I see it in other people. It frustrates me in myself. Every so often I catch myself doing that. I start thinking about stuff that is not at all realistic, and I stop myself and I go, wait a second. And it's a good instinct I've learned. Right? I find it very satisfying to make a plan, put it into action. Right? I find that very satisfying. And so I've worked very, very hard to train myself to make realistic plans and put them into action. That's one thing that I have worked very hard to train myself to do. Anyway, that's a long reaction to his question about the show. I don't agree with everything you say, but I respect your honesty. You don't agree with everything I say, Wendy. Get out of here. Get out. I'm just kidding. No, of course, Wendy. Thank you. I don't agree with everything you think, probably too. I don't know much about you, but I bet if we sat down, I could probably find things that you say that I disagree with as well. But I am authentic and I am real. And that is one thing that I've got going for me. Some people are very, very fake. The internet is full of fakes and frauds. And I am very, very real, and I've put myself in a huge amount of danger because of that, right? There are a lot of frauds out there that really, really can't stand how authentic I am. Let me just put it that way. And I keep going, and I'm glad you can see the authenticity here. I am authentic, and yeah, there you go. What do you think of Indian Hindutva? Is it really fascist, as they say? No, fascism is a first world thing, right? Fascism is Western imperialist capitalist societies collapsing into authoritarianism and illiberalism in order to implement degrowth. Somebody in India cannot be a fascist by definition. They can be right wing, they can be authoritarian, they can be pro-imperialist, they can be anti-imperialist, but no. And in India, there is a lot of strife between Muslims and Christians. That's why Pakistan was formed. Originally, Pakistan was the Muslim country, and East Pakistan was Bangladesh. Bangladesh got its independence. And India was for Hindus, right? And there's a lot of tension there. And there's the Deobandi schools that were funded by Saudi Arabia that were set up to fund like Islamic extremism in India. And there's a lot of history there. And I'm not a Hindu, and I'm not a Muslim. And there's the Kashmir territory that's disputed and all of that. And ultimately, it's none of America's business, right? It's none of America's business, right? It's none of America's business. It's none of America's business. And it's that simple. It's none of America's business. And, we should just stay out of it, right? And let the people in that country resolve it for themselves. And our position should be to keep the USA out of there and that be very careful. And this is one thing to be wary of. I've learned this after a while, and this is part of why I'm not using the communist label anymore. A lot of times disputes within communism are actually ethnic, national, tribal, religious divides. Okay. And that's unfortunate. But if you look at the Cold War, a great example, Yugoslavia and Albania, right? Those are two countries that were both communist countries that hated each other. And one of those countries aligned with the United States. And one of those countries was aligned with the Soviet Union and then broke with the Soviet Union and aligned with China and then was totally cut off from the rest of the world. And that whole history is about the fact that Albanians and Slavs don't get along for thousands of years, right? For at least hundreds of years. There's a long-standing history there. And Enver Hoxha, the leader of socialist Albania, I read his book With Stalin. And the whole point of that book is him explaining to Stalin that Albanians are not Slavs. We have to be a separate country because originally Stalin wanted Yugoslavia and Albania to be the same country, right? And that, China and Vietnam, the tension there, there's a long-standing history between those two countries. And that we here in the United States, right? Obviously, Native Americans, there's a lot of, they've suffered quite a bit. Black people in America have suffered quite a bit. But beyond that, American history only goes back like 400 years. Well, if you go to Eurasia, India, Russia, China, Central Asia, Mongolia, Persia, Iran, the Middle East, those people have been living next to each other for thousands of years. And the amount of complicated history and rivalry and division, religious division, ethnic division, we can't relate, okay? People over there have been living next to each other and fighting with each other and aligning with each other and having disputes for a really long time. And those of us, my family came here from Ireland like 200 years ago, all right? So that's it, right? I got 200 years of history. I'm an Irish Protestant on both sides. That's my ancestry. I have a French last name because it's a Huguenot name, right? Because the Huguenots were Protestants in France were kicked out of France. They moved to Northern Ireland. A lot of French Protestants a lot of Irish Protestants have French last names because of the Huguenots from France intermarrying with them. I know that I am an Irish American with a Protestant background. And there's a lot of us in New England, and there's a lot of us in the South, and there's a lot of us. It's just whatever. That's my ethnicity, right? I don't have any long-standing contempt for other ethnic groups. I really don't. I am not an Irish. When you think of Irish Americans, right, you're thinking of urban, you're thinking of the Kennedys, you're thinking of cops and firemen, and the drinking and the being police officers and being firemen and living in the urban centers and being government officials or city employees. And that's not my heritage. That's just not who I am. I am Irish and I look like those people. I got red hair and all of that. But, that's a different ethnicity. That's just, even though we're from the same island, we're a little bit different. But other than that, I really don't have that much of an ethnic identity. You know what I'm saying? My grandmother, on my mother's side, I was very close to her growing up. She died in 2012. I went back to Ohio for her memorial. And she was born in 1920. And I remember she said to me that her first political memory was in 1928 when Al Smith was running for president. And she went around to all her friends at school and said, "Don't vote for Al Smith. He's a Catholic," right? Because her family at that time in 1928, they hated Catholics in Ohio. I guess Protestant people in Ohio hated Catholics. And so she grew up hearing that Catholics were bad in 1928. Other than that, right? And that's like my grandmother, and she obviously didn't feel that way. She had many Catholic friends, and my grandmother even supported Irish, unification, because she said there needed to be a Catholic country. She said, look, you got Protestant Britain, so you should have a unified Catholic Ireland. It's just fair. That was her feeling. And she felt very strongly about this as a Protestant. I remember sitting at Thanksgiving dinner and stuff, and my grandmother would explain, well, you've got the whole island of Britain that's Protestant, so we should let the whole island of Ireland be unified as a Catholic country. And that's how she saw it. She saw it as a Catholic Protestant thing, and she had thought about it a lot. And growing up, her father, who had immigrated from Ireland and was very anti-Catholic, probably gave her a very strong dose of anti-Catholic bigotry. But I don't know. She saw it in terms of Catholics and Protestants, and she'd actually come to the reverse conclusion. So it's complicated. But, that's like, I can relate to that a little bit. I do know that, if you go way back in my family history, we were Irish people who didn't like Irish Catholics. But then my grandmother didn't feel that way, but that was how she grew up. And it's like, other than that, that's it. But if you think about people who live in Eastern Europe or in the Balkans, or people who live in India, or people who live in the Middle East, or people who live in these regions where people have been living next to each other for thousands of years, the amount of stuff that they've got about this religious group hates this religious group, or this ethnic group hates this nationality and all that, it's so much more complicated. We can't relate to it as Americans. We cannot. We can't, right? And, I noticed this when I was in college. When I was in college, I went to college. I grew up in a rural area. People in my rural area did not know what my ethnicity was. It was just, what is your ethnicity? No one ever asked you that. It was just, what church do you go to? They might ask you. Whatever. We were all white for the most part, and it was just whatever. We were all white and whatever. Everyone's just, you're a white person, you live in this town. There was probably racism against people who weren't white. I shouldn't say probably, there definitely was. But other than that, you're a white person, you live in this town. No one asked any questions. When I moved to Cleveland, though, and went to college, I noticed that there were people at my college that were Irish. There were people at my college who were Slavic, Eastern European. There were people at my college that were Italian, and that everyone wanted to know about people's ethnic groups. There were people at my college who were Jewish, and it was a big deal what your ethnic group was. That's part of the urban culture. See, you don't have that. Small towns, you don't have that. There's maybe racism against non-whites. There certainly is that. But among white people, you're just all white people, right? But in more densely populated urban centers, the suburbs of Cleveland, it is very ethnic. And the Ukrainians, they run, what is it? Parma, right? You go to Parma, the suburb of Cleveland, that's run by the Ukrainians. They run it. And Hungarians, right? The west side of Cleveland, a huge amount of Hungarians that live there, right? And they all know that they're Hungarian, and they talk about 1956 and the anti-communist uprising in 1956. And the Ukrainians all know that they're Ukrainian, and they have certain politics, and the Irish, they all know that they're Irish, and they're all Catholic, and I mean, I'm exaggerating, of course, but it's a little bit different, right? And that's part of the urban culture in America. Urban areas are very like that. And like New York City, if you work for the city, you have to be part of an ethnic association, right? I mean, you have to, right? If you're going to have a job at the city, you have to have an ethnic association you can align with. That's what many people have talked about. Like if you are working in the Department of Sanitation in New York and you're Black, you have to be part of the Black Association. If you're Jewish, you have to be part of the Jewish Association. If you're Irish, you got to be part of the Irish Association. And it's a really big deal. And if you're not, you'll get squashed by the rival ethnic group, right? And it's like your ethnic group like protects you, kind of. It's almost, it's not almost. I mean, it's very much, that's how urban areas are in the United States, is that people are very divided by their ethnic group, and they're very loyal to their ethnic group. I will say this. We pretend politics in America is not ethnic. This kind of goes against what I was saying before, but we don't have the same level of ethnic cultural awareness that people have in Eurasia. But at the same time, politics in America is very, very ethnic. It is very ethnic, right? And we pretend it's not, and that's the problem, right? This election that happened, it was very much people who live in blue states it was upper middle class white people, and African Americans and non-white people against working class white people. Now, that changed. A lot of Black people voted for Trump. A lot of Muslims voted for Trump. It's complicated. But the way U.S. politics kind of lines up is you have kind of wealthier liberal white people and ethnic minorities, and you have working class white people. Working class white people are the right wing. Wealthy white people and ethnic minorities are the left wing, right? And that it's very regional, right? And I would hear people, when I was growing up, not when I was growing up, when I first moved to New York, I would hear people say things that were very, very bigoted against, like the place I grew up and against people I grew up around, right? And, anyway, I could go on about that all night. Next question. All right. Reports say that Biden, Hillary, and Harris administration has planted seeds of imperialism, terrorism, and fascism in the Middle East. Profiting imperialism. That's an act of fascism. Well, I agree with all of that. I mean, that's what the Hillary Clinton State Department did. That's kind of the thesis of my book on Kamala Harris. We said that Kamala Harris was tied in with the Hillary Clinton State Department, and they wanted to create a new Arab Spring. And that what the Arab Spring did, the results of the Arab Spring, were the destruction of Libya, the most prosperous country on the African continent, the Syrian civil war, the rise of ISIS, the overthrowing of the Honduran government, and the spreading of drug cartels and narco chaos in Honduras. That the Hillary Clinton State Department was tied in with the regime change apparatus and with Silicon Valley, and they destroyed thousands and thousands of lives, and they created a huge amount of chaos. And that there's a number of people in the Pentagon who were determined to make sure that did not happen again. That no matter what happened, that had to stop. And that Tulsi Gabbard represents that faction. And originally she was a Democrat, but now she's a Republican. And that's the division. So yeah, that's basically what I argued. And that there are a number of people in the military, in the policing agencies, in the Pentagon that see how insane U.S. imperialism is getting. And they, for their own self-interested reasons and for their own reasons that are not based in anti-imperialism or anything like that, but just for their own logical reasons, they don't want to continue the regime change wars, and they want to stabilize U.S. society rather than continue the march toward a low-wage police state in World War III. Is the Second Amendment a target of the French imperialists? That's a good question. I mean, I would assume that in Europe, when I've been to Europe, even when I remember when I was a kid, I went with my mom and my brother. We went to England, and we went to England and Scotland. And I remember, we're staying at a bed and breakfast at this little. It wasn't even a bed and breakfast, like a cheap little hotel in this small town in England. And I remember the guy who owned the cheap little hotel with 4 rooms. He said to us, he was giving us a ride to the train station, and he said, "Do you have any arms?" And we're like, "Arms? Do we have any arms?" He said, "No, arms." And I'm thinking, "Yeah, I've got some arms." No, and he's like, "No, arms." He meant guns, right? And he was explaining about how in Britain they're just horrified that Americans have arms, right? Guns. And if you go to Europe, a lot of them are just like, "Why in the world do you guys have guns? Doesn't make any sense to us. We don't need guns." And it's just, they kind of think it's like we're like barbarians. Like, why do we, you're off there with your arms? Why do you have arms? Right? Well, it's interesting. At one point in my life, I was adamant that we must oppose gun control, and Marx opposed gun control. The communists historically have always opposed gun control because it's used to disarm the workers. And Karl Marx even wrote a piece against gun control because he said workers should have the right to own guns. And then, the labor movement, historically, they've defended their picket lines with guns. And the anti-labor mobilizations, the fascists were used to attack them. And the question is, do you depend on the police to protect you from strike breakers? No, you form your own militia. And then in the 1960s, black people defended themselves with guns, right? And that was a big question. That's the whole reason the Black Panthers were formed, basically, was they were saying, as black people, we should defend ourselves with guns. We can't expect the government to defend us. We should carry our own firearms. It was the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. And then before that, there was the Deacons for Defense, and there was Robert F. Williams and all of that. So, I joined the communist group I was in for many years, and they were opposed to gun control. And so I was very adamant and fired up about that for a long time. But then the school shooting thing happened, and I was not in the communist group anymore. And I knew a lot of parents that are very triggered. They're very afraid of their kids getting killed in school shootings. Well, I can understand that, right? And the school shooting thing doesn't fit, right? It's one thing saying, "Oh, we should protect ourselves from fascists." It's one thing saying we should protect our picket line from strike breakers. But the school shooting things, these are just people going crazy. This is mass murder by insane, crazy people. That's what that is. And don't tell me otherwise. And yes, a lot of these insane young white men who do that, they do get into Nazi stuff on the internet because it's part of their insanity. But it's not a political act. They kill mostly other white people. Don't go there, please. I had somebody once tell me, Google leaderless resistance, and then you'll know what school shootings are. It's like, give me a break, right? They kill other people of the same ethnic group as that. That's not what that is, right? School shootings are a mental health thing. Part of the mental illness of young white men who become murderous killers is that they become attracted to a very famous murderous killer named Adolf Hitler. So, but they're not like organized into Nazi groups to do their shootings. And there are liberals who think that, and they are cuckoo, right? And again, the triggered internet culture where it's all about triggering people's trauma, the school shooting thing is not political. But that said, I can understand why parents might be, I don't want my kids to get shot at school. They need to just outlaw guns. And I don't want to be insensitive to that. I don't want to be a dick, right? I don't want to be like, "Oh, your kids don't matter because communism." I don't want to be like that. But I also see at this point, the Second Amendment is a really big part of the Trump movement. And that there is this obsession with disarming the population. And increasingly, we do see black people as a group marching with firearms. And I don't know, the drive to take people's guns away is not coming from a good place at this time, right? The school shooting thing is a mental health issue. It's a mental health issue. It's a society-wide problem. if you could somehow take everyone's guns away, would it stop? Well, they've had knife attacks. I mean, there's knife attacks. People, I mean, it wouldn't be as bad, maybe. You'd still have the problem, and you're not going to take everyone's gun away. It's just not going to happen, right? The way our culture is, the way guns are so widespread across this, you're not going to do that. So gun control is a cultural issue. What liberals are saying when they're advocating gun control is that people like me from small towns like mine, who grew up and went to churches like I grew up in, we're bad people. That's what they're saying, right? Because they're never going to actually take everyone's guns away. Do you know what it would actually mean to take away all the guns in this country? Do you realize, I mean, disarming the American people, I mean, you're talking about, you know, I mean, this is, I mean, that you know, they talk about how Trump, you know, there's 20 million undocumented immigrants in this country and deporting them would be insane. Well, there's a lot more than 20 million firearms in this country. Okay. There are more guns than people in this country. So you're not going to take everyone's guns away. What liberals are really just saying there, it's an ethnic thing, is that red state people are bad people. Right? Red state people are bad people. And it is widely pointed out that in rural areas, right, in the Midwest, rural areas tend to be very white. Not so much anymore, but historically, right? I mean, you know, even the town I grew up in is not as white as it once was. But in the Midwest, rural areas tend to be very white. But not in the South. You go to Tennessee, there's a lot of rural black folks. You go to Alabama, you go to Mississippi, there's a lot of rural black folks. You go to Louisiana, a lot of rural black folks. And rural black folks own guns just like rural white people do, right? The idea that everyone who owns a gun is racist. No, right? Now, yeah, rural Ohio, rural Pennsylvania, yeah, you're right. It tends to be white people in the rural areas. The people that are carrying guns and have shotguns in their cars and stuff, they're white. You go to the South, though, you go to rural Tennessee, a lot of black people have guns in their homes. You go to Louisiana, a lot of black people have guns. It's a totally different story, right? So really the gun issue is more of a rural urban thing, right? That's really kind of what it comes down to, right? In cities, you know, like if I had a gun, right? I could never have a gun. New York City, if you have a gun in New York City, it is like impossible to get a permit. And, you know, and if you don't have a permit, you go to jail for like a really long time, right? They don't mess around with that. If I had a gun here in New York City, right? I'm here in my apartment, right? Let's say I had a gun, which I do not, and a robber broke into my apartment and I shot him. Oh, robber, go away. You are threatening me and my family. Kaboom. Well, I shot him. I live in an apartment building. The bullet then goes through the wall and it goes through about 10 other apartments. And then it keeps going and it goes through another apartment building. It's a different situation, okay? Like, you know, if I shot a robber who broke into my apartment, there's a good chance I could kill multiple other people. At the very least, I would do a huge amount of property damage, right? That, I mean, you know, the kind of guns that they have in the United States, they pack a pretty strong punch. And that bullet, it doesn't just shoot the robber. It goes through the robber. It goes through the wall of your building. It goes through the wall of the next building. It goes through the wall of the next building. It's like, you know, in New York City, you know, I mean, yeah, it's good to have your gun to prevent the robber from coming in. But if you shoot that robber, you're shooting, you know, 10 different buildings. I mean, it's like the population is so crammed in and we're all living in apartment buildings and all of that. And, you know, I mean, bullets can go through brick walls. I mean, anyway, I mean, it's a different situation, right? And the other thing, though, it's worth pointing out, let's just point this out. There's loads of guns in New York City. Even though gun ownership is completely illegal in New York City, there's loads of guns. And do you know what the main gun control policy that they used to have in New York City was? What was gun control in New York City? Stop and frisk. And that I went to protests against stop and frisk. I was a very, very small part, very, very small part of the protest movement that eventually ended the stop and frisk policy. But, you know, the Constitution of the United States says you have the right to not be searched randomly. You can only be searched if there's a search warrant. But for years in New York City, Mayor Bloomberg decided that just didn't apply to black people in New York City. And it was black people. It wasn't white people. I was never stopped and frisked, ever. But it did apply only to that basically in Harlem and in the Bronx And, in certain parts of Brooklyn and other things, they would randomly grab people and search them for guns. And it was a very degrading thing that black men were subjected to. And it was awful. And it was, completely unconstitutional. In America, they can only search your home if they have a warrant. But they decided they had this thing called stop and frisk, or stop, question, frisk, where they could just randomly search people for guns anywhere in the city. And it was like, oh, we can't have guns. We got to keep people safe. It was a gun control policy. It was completely unconstitutional. And it only applied to black people. It was only black people who got searched, right? It was black people. They were searching black people. I've never been stopped and frisked. They did it in black neighborhoods. They did it to black people. It was an anti-black policy. It was to degrade and humiliate black people. That was really all it was. It was to terrorize and degrade and humiliate black people. And I'm glad they got rid of it. It was an awful policy, and the courts finally stepped in and said, yeah, that does kind of violate the Constitution. Well, no shit. Where was the NRA on that? I mean, all the libertarian NRA groups should have been all over that, because it was absolutely unconstitutional. But also the liberals should have gone, oh, that's called gun control. The liberals were wrong. They all want gun control. We had this great gun control policy here in New York. There was still plenty of shootings, number one. And it was a racist policy that was about, the NYPD terrorizing black people. So there was that. And then on top of that, you had the NRA groups that would normally be the biggest defenders of gun rights. They didn't say anything about it. They were fine with random black people being searched. Well, both sides kind of revealed their hypocrisy around the stop and frisk debate. Liberals were very against it, but, they didn't want to acknowledge that it's a gun control policy. Conservatives didn't say anything about it, even though it was a gun control policy. It was all around. No, people tell me, that back in like the 1950s and early 60s in New York City, the Catholic high schools in this city would have rifle clubs, right? And it was apparently allowed. High school aged boys that weren't even adults would take their rifle onto the subway to take it to school, to put it in their locker for when they would then go shooting after school with the rifle club. Can you believe this? Apparently that happened, right? That's how, even in New York City, gun control was pretty non-existent, right? And that, you live in New York City, you lived in Brooklyn, you lived in the Bronx, and, oh, today after school, the rifle club is going to drive us to a shooting range upstate. So I take my rifle, I get on the subway I take my rifle on the subway, and I take my rifle to school, put it in my locker for the day, and then we load up into a teacher's car and we drive to the shooting range after school. And that happened at Catholic high schools. Can you believe this? I find that very hard to believe, but apparently that's the way things were at that point. But there you go, right? The culture has changed. Right. Right. So there you go. All right. Jesus fought monarchism, slavery, injustice, exploitations, inhumanity. Jesus fought the cruelty of Egyptian and Roman Empire. That's an act of the revolutionary USA. Don't need wars. I would agree. Jesus was a champion of the downtrodden. He was an opponent of the rich and powerful. He fought for the oppressed, etc. So there you go. I agree with you. And sometimes we get very religious on these streams. Yeah, I'm sure we will get religious once again. I gave a talk about Jeremiah that I cut. It's going to premiere on Monday. Yeah, it's going to premiere on Monday. So, as a standalone video. But yeah, so, yeah, there you go. I don't know what more to say about it. But there you go. Yeah, but I agree with you. Jesus was a champion of the oppressed. Jesus fought against the rich and powerful, stood for justice. Yeah, there you go. I understand that we don't have a defined religion, but a Christian, Jews, and even now Hindus have power, and they seem to not like Palestinians. Well, I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of Christians that like Palestinians. I mean, unfortunately, especially evangelical Christianity is very dominated by pro-Israeli sentiments, Mike Huckabee, etc. Hindus have a particular ethnic thing with Muslims. All right, that's ongoing. And Jews, they are brought up largely to view Israel as their country. But there are plenty of Christians that are anti-Israel. There's a growing number of Jews that are anti-Israel. It's a minority of Jews. But there's a lot of young Jewish folks that are woke and progressive, and they don't feel a need to align with Israel. And then there's always been a minority of Orthodox Jews that are anti-Israel on religious grounds. They're a small minority, but they're very vocal. You know, and I mean, I don't know about Hindus. Yes, in my experience, Hindus are largely pro-Israel. But, you know, Vivek Ramaswamy, who is going to be, he's going to be running this Department of Government Efficiency with Elon Musk. He said he's pro-Israel, but it's not America's business, right? And he took a very interesting position, right? And he defended the students at Harvard who were being canceled with the doxing truck that was driving around smearing all the Harvard students who were pro-Israel or pro-Palestine. And Vivek Ramaswamy, who is a Hindu, he said that he said, I support Israel's right to defend their borders, which is not what they're doing, but right, that's what Israel says it's doing. And then he said, but it's not our job. We shouldn't be spending our money on it. Boom. Right? That's interesting. So even with Vivek Ramaswamy, there's a little bit of a, you know, and he and Candace Owens both came out and said that Harvard students shouldn't be canceled for opposing Israel. They should be allowed to do it. And then he went as far as saying it's not America's business to fund Israel. It's not, we should stay out of it. He says, yeah, they can defend their borders, but we shouldn't be involved, that's a pretty bold statement, right? I mean, you know, the Republican Party is pretty dominated by people who just say support Israel at all costs. And Vivek Ramaswamy said, well, I support Israel, but, you know, Vivek Ramaswamy, I find to be an interesting character. A lot of people tell me about his background with pharmaceutical drugs and stuff, and they say they don't trust him. I find him interesting. You know what I mean? I figured when he was running for president that he was positioning himself to be in the Trump coalition. I didn't think he would be the nominee. I figured that he was part of the Trump coalition, and I was right. And I will say that he gave the most coherent, Trumpist kind of platforms when he said things about Ukraine, things about Taiwan. And, you know, I noticed that there was a lot of interesting dodges on international issues, which I thought was interesting. They asked him about Taiwan, right? Would you send the military to defend Taiwan? And he said, what Taiwan needs is a Second Amendment, right? They just need to have guns and then they would defend themselves. Well, I mean, he didn't say he wanted the military to defend Taiwan, which is what Biden said, right? That's interesting. And there's many examples of stuff like this where it's and then on Ukraine, he said some other things that are interesting, right? And that, again, he's not where Tulsi Gabbard is at. Tulsi Gabbard is very amazing, except on Israel-Palestine. Vivek is slightly better than Tulsi on Israel and Palestine because he's saying it's not America's business. But then Vivek also, he, on a lot of international issues, he won't go all in. He is not Marco Rubio. Let me put it that way. And he made a really big point in his campaign of just condemning neocons, condemning the neocons. And that was very interesting. Very, very interesting. I find Vivek Ramaswamy to be very interesting. I really do. People say he's a snake. He's, he might be, but I guess whoever's advising him and all of that is much smarter. I think he's doing some much more interesting politics than a lot of Republicans are. I mean, you just have to admit that he's playing a political game, and he's much more nuanced in his views, and he's much more anti-establishment in his rhetoric, but not consistently. And he's very interesting. I give Vivek some interest. So there we go. All right. Would you be a panelist on Alex Jones' MSNBC show? Absolutely. I went on InfoWars to talk about my book. I wasn't with Alex Jones. I was with one of his reporters. But I would happily go on I know it's about Elon Musk buying MSNBC, which I think would be awesome. MSNBC is just unwatchable at this point. It's just liberal college professors blathering on, and Trump is racist, and it's like NPR. It's like NPR, except less interesting. It's like NPR as if it was just campaigning for the Democrats all day. It's just, it's like NPR, they have the very quiet voice, and they're trying to pretend they're smart because they read a book. And it's like that, except imagine that it was just defending the Democrats. It's unwatchable. So yeah, Alex Jones on NPR would be awesome. I hope Elon buys it. RT ran incredible article exposing France's 30-year detonation of 200 nukes in French Polynesia in Tahiti. We love RT. I love RT too. Hope that I can continue reporting for them. Right now I'm unable to because of the sanctions, but I'm still talking to them, and I hope that I'm able to resume my job. So I hope that becomes the case very soon, because I love the work that I do, and I'm proud of the work that I do. RT is awesome, and yeah, been there a long time, and I love my job and I love my work. So there we go. All righty. I am joining Scott on December 7th. I hope he sends me details about how exactly we can promote it, what we can do to promote it, etc. But I'm all about it. Yeah, I'm all about it. Just learned about it today. I'm down. Scott, anything he's doing, I'm for. When you get the chance, listen to the Italian folk song Magliana by Eugenio Bonato, dedicated to the former southern industrial town of Magliano that was shut down after Italian unification. Well, there you go. I will have to do that. Being an American and a non-Italian speaker, the only Italian folk song that I know is Finicoli Funicola. So that's got to be very embarrassing. And I do apologize to our Italian American or Italian viewers. I don't know my Italian. Oh, I know Bella Ciao. Is that a folk song? So I know Bella Ciao, and I know Finicoli Funicola. That's all I know. So there you go. So I need to learn my Italian culture better. There you go. I need to brush up on my knowledge of Italy. Why are so many of Shakespeare's plays set in Italy? Have you ever noticed that? Shakespeare lived in England, and he's got plays set in England, and then he's got plays set in Venice. Why? Why Venice? Why not Paris? Why not Germany? I guess it was a happening place back then. Italy was a happening place in his time, so it makes sense. But there's so many plays by Shakespeare that take place on the Italian peninsula, which I think is very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right. Would it be good to know where you came from exactly? Wouldn't it be good to know where you came from exactly, in the sense of sharing it with your kids? So sad, people embarrassed where they came from. Yeah. And that is, I know a lot of immigrant communities struggle with that kind of thing. And there's a lot of shame, and there's a lot of people embarrassed of where they came from. And, I'm lucky. Look, if anyone tries to tell you that white Americans haven't had it better than non-white Americans, they're in denial. It's true, right? Bad things happen to white Americans. Yes, they do. But it would always be worse if you were black. It'd always be worse if you were, if you were not white. And that, Gaddafi did not even know his birthday. Did you know that? And that a lot of people from the developing world did not even know the date of their birth. And that, living in the first world and being a white person that you have a lot of opportunity that people that more recently immigrated or people that are descended from slaves don't have. And I don't think you gain anything by denying this. You really don't. The problem is that it's not about us having it too good. It's about other people being deprived of their basic human rights. You don't want to frame it as privilege. You want to frame it as less violations of rights. Because I'm a white person, my rights have been violated way less than black people's rights have been violated. That's true. That is absolutely true. And I should acknowledge that. The problem is you don't want it to turn into a race to the bottom. You don't want it to turn into your life is too good. And that's the way it's been framed by the critical race theory, the woke left. Look, in my article that I wrote about the Party of Socialism and Liberation, they wrote about one of the things they want to get rid of is they said, the disparity in the maternal death rate of black mothers and white mothers. And I saw that and I thought, that is so fucked up. How about we we drop the maternal birth rate, the maternal death rate of all mothers. I don't want any mothers to die in childbirth. You know? And I don't want more white mothers to die to make it more equal. And they don't want that either. But the fact that they framed it that way, they're not talking to people about how can we raise up everybody with a rationally planned economy. They're talking about some people have it too good. Isn't this demographic? They should be mad at this other demographic. And that when I saw that in their official election platform, I was like, this is so fucked up. So fucked up. All right. Obviously, the fact that there is a higher maternal death rate among black mothers giving birth than white mothers is really wrong. And obviously, we want to get rid of that problem. But it's not about making it less unequal. It's about making sure that good healthcare is available to everyone, including the people, especially the people who don't have it now. But when they framed it that way in their official platform, I'm like, this is fucked up, right? Go and read my article critiquing the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Go and read it because PSL is a very sick organization. It's the biggest communist group in America, I would say at this point. They're funded by a billionaire who gets money from China, and who's financially tied in with China, and they are totally woke, right? And they're totally anti-working class, totally identity politics based. And go and read my article about them. You will see how messed up it is that, they're not concerned about rationally organizing the economy to raise people up. Look, for me, the reason I called myself a communist for so long is I read what Lenin wrote about imperialism. I read about the economic achievements of the Soviet Union. I read what Marx wrote about the problem of overproduction. And for me, communism always meant we want to get rid of imperialism and we want to rationally organize the economy so we can create vast abundance and raise people up out of poverty and create so much wealth in the world that we can get to the higher stage of communism. That's what it meant to me. Well, I can't call myself a communist anymore because that is not what it means to any of these people. It means anything but that, right? And for PSL, it very clearly does not mean that, right? It means we got to make sure that enough white mothers die to make it equal. I mean, they don't really mean that, but you read my article and you can see that this is not a group that actually, it's for me, I'm an anti-imperialist and I believe in economic growth and I believe in a rationally organized economy, not the chaos of the market to bring about economic growth. I want a government of action to fight for working families. What does that make me? Well, I always thought that made me a communist, but I am at the point where I don't think that makes me a communist anymore because communists do not believe that. They believe in anything but that. They believe in worker cooperatives. They believe in, overthrowing the government violently and installing a government that'll force anti-racism and feminism on society. They believe in dividing up America among the Native Americans. They believe in all kinds of stuff, but they don't believe in opposing imperialism and building a rationally organized economy to eliminate scarcity, eventually move to a stateless, classless world of vast abundance. They don't believe in that. So what? And if we can't agree on that basic thing, what are we doing? Right? We can't agree on that basic of a point of what are we fighting for? Right? Then, what do I gain from trying to, it's just and this is what I said in this book, to the Marxists, I said, what if, hypothetically speaking, I was actually able to win the argument and get people to admit that I was the real communist? Then what? What do we gain? What do we win from that? Nothing. Right? At that point, we still haven't built the anti-imperialist movement this country needs. So it's a pointless thing, right? It's a pointless thing. It's really pointless. And, we just got to move past these people, right? when people are determined to be your enemy, you gain nothing from trying to be their friend. Right? It's one thing if somebody has the wrong impression, if somebody rubs you the wrong way, and you can reconcile them, all for that. But when people have been given every chance in the world to try and be your friend, and they just don't want to be your friend because they got a bug up their ass, move on, right? And we need to just stop trying to gain the approval of communists, because communists in America are not where it's at. They're not, and they're not. And yeah, I don't know what more to say about that. Vivek Ramaswamy was groomed by the same handlers of Obama, Harris, and Buttigieg. Okay. I you're not the only person who thinks that. It's very possible. His rhetoric certainly doesn't match theirs, though, right? He seems to have a lot of like MAGA-ish stuff in his rhetoric, right? But not fully. He doesn't go fully into it. He kind of dodges the question. It's interesting, but that's very possible. I don't doubt that. I do not doubt that at all. I don't doubt that at all. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I find him interesting, I will say. I find him interesting. But anyway, folks, it is time to join CPI, right? To renew your membership, because we have a lot that needs to be done. This is another promotional video I made for CPI. I will show it. If anyone else has any more super chats, now is the time to send them. I will show this. And if there's any more super chats, I'll answer them. And then if not, we'll end, because we're about to hit the 4-hour mark. But yeah, here's this video, the storm video, which I like. I think it was a good one we made.
More infrastructure.
Yeah, that was weird. That keeps happening. Don't know what just happened. It booted me out of the studio. Let's try to show the storm video one more time. That's weird. That's pretty weird.
More infrastructure. We need to build up our country. No degrowth. No war in Ukraine. We need to stop all movements toward nuclear war. For my kids, for your kids, for all children in this whole planet. They want to send 17 and 18-year-old poor boys and girls from rural America to go die in a war for Taiwan. Taiwan's a long ways away.
I refer to yet another story. And this is a story that any of us who grew up in the Christian tradition or the Jewish tradition or the Islamic tradition probably had hammered into our heads when we were kids. And the story is about a man named Noah.
To the movies and I go downtown.
Did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the rule of three and opposed to what the FBI was doing.
And the story is that Noah got a message from God that a giant storm was going to come. That storm would be so massive that it would lead to flooding. And so Noah heard this message about a flood, and he started building an ark, started building a ship so that his family and his people would be safe when the flood came.
And we want to see peace, not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need.
She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin.
The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need.
Port sending billions of taxpayer dollars
to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy. No more money for rich men's wars.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. We need to reinvest in the United States. We need to stop bailing out these speculators on Wall Street and these creeps who keep sending us to war.
He got this message, and despite the fact that nobody agreed with him, despite the fact that everyone wasn't going along with him, he started building that arc.
With Russia. Peace with China. Peace 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 with Russia.
Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes.
He wrote it in 1927. This is what he wrote. In a very short time, in China's central and southern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back.
They are more concerned about enabling Israel to kill Palestinians than they are in making sure that Americans have hospitals to go to when they're sick or have paved roads. You want American boys to fight and die? For what? In China? In Taiwan? No. Let's fix our government right here at home to provide for working people.
I went to cover Bernie rallies, talked to Bernie supporters. I talked to Trump supporters at Trump rallies, and I saw the economy, and I saw the stock market, and I saw the suffering. And I said, God damn it, if no one else is going to build a ship, I need to. Alrighty. So yeah, time to rejoin CPI if you haven't done so yet. Yeah, tomorrow. So on this YouTube channel, we have a little bit of a tradition where every Sunday I just do a super long premiere. I just have a long video of all kinds of speeches and videos and music and all kinds of stuff. And it's just a way to, kind of keep people engaged. I don't generally stream on Sundays. I might stream tomorrow night. We'll see. But Sunday during the day, tomorrow, there'll be like a long, 8-hour premiere video that just streams and, that goes all day on the channel. You can check in, and it's just to be there and, to keep kind of engaging with the audience. It's the Sunday premiere thing I've been doing for a while. So that'll be fun. I'll be back, if not tomorrow night, the next night. So I wish you all the best. Thanks for being here with me. We've got some exciting stuff planned in the next 2 months, next 3 months. I'll see you all at the inauguration. Please post the letter everywhere. Send our letter to everyone that you can. We really need to get our letter to Trump to as many people as possible. That is what people need to hear right now. It has all the important issues in it. Uhuru, the Gaza, so many important things. So that's where we're at. So I need your help with that. We really do. We need you to send that letter to as many people as you possibly can. And on that note, we're going to wrap it up. We did 4 hours tonight. Very productive. Nice long stream. Dare to struggle, dare to win. So yeah, I'm going to put on the closing music. It's been fun, folks. It's been fun. It's been fun. New upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression. But the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists, and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today.